On the 7th of January, 1943, a maid at the New Yorker Hotel in Midtown Manhattan knocked softly on the door to room 3327. The Do Not Disturb sign had been hanging from the brass handle for 2 days, which was not particularly unusual for the occupant. He was an old man who kept strange hours, who rarely ate, who sometimes did not emerge from his room for days at a stretch. But something about the stillness on the other side of that door unsettled her. She knocked again, louder this time, and when no reply came, she turned her passkey in the lock and stepped inside. The room was cold. The radiator had been turned off, or perhaps it had simply stopped working and no one had been told. Thin winter light filtered through the window, falling across a narrow bed, a cluttered writing desk, and the gaunt figure of an 86-year-old man lying perfectly still beneath a single white sheet. His eyes were closed. His long fingers, which had once manipulated lightning and drawn the blueprints of the modern world from thin air, rested gently on his chest. He might have been sleeping. He was not sleeping. Nikola Tesla, the man who had invented the alternating current system that powered every home, every factory, every hospital and streetlight in the Western world, was dead. He had been dead for perhaps 10 hours, perhaps longer. No one could say exactly when his heart had stopped, because no one had been with him. In the richest city on earth, in a nation whose very infrastructure bore the imprint of his genius, Nikola Tesla had died entirely alone. Yet his only companion in those final days had been a white pigeon, a common New York City pigeon that he had nursed back to health and loved, by his own account, as a man loves a woman. The pigeon had died some years earlier. After that, Tesla told a rare visitor he knew his life's work was finished. Within hours of the maid's discovery, before Tesla's body had even been removed from the hotel, agents from the United States Office of Alien Property arrived at room 3327. They came with authority and efficiency, seizing trunks, filing cabinets, notebooks, and sheaves of loose paper. Decades of ideas, calculations, and visions committed to page by a mind that many considered the most extraordinary of the modern age. The irony was suffocating. Tesla had been a naturalized American citizen for over 50 years. He had given America the electrical grid that powered its rise to global dominance, and the government's first response to his death was to treat his legacy as foreign property, to lock away his life's intellectual output behind classification stamps and bureaucratic silence. That cold hotel room in January 1943, that is where this story ends. But to understand how one of the most brilliant human beings who ever lived arrived at such a desolate conclusion, we need to travel back nearly a century across an ocean to a tiny village in the mountainous borderlands of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where a boy was born into a lightning storm and his mother made a prophecy she could not possibly have understood. The story of Nikola Tesla's life has been told many times, but rarely with the care his complexity demands. He has been mythologized by admirers who see him as a martyred saint of science, betrayed by Edison and Morgan and the forces of capitalist greed. He has been dismissed by skeptics who see his later years, the death rays, the earthquake machines, the pigeons, as evidence of a mind that burned too brightly and too long. The truth, as always, resides in neither cathedral nor courtroom. It lives in the details. Our primary sources are rich, if sometimes contradictory. Tesla himself was a prolific writer and an even more prolific talker. His autobiography, My Inventions, published as a series of articles in the Electrical Experimenter magazine in 1919, provides an intimate and sometimes bewildering window into his inner world. A world of blinding visions, compulsive behaviors, and intellectual ambitions so vast they strained the credulity of even his most devoted supporters. His personal papers, those that survived government seizure, are held at the Nikola Tesla Museum in Belgrade, Serbia, and offer a fragmentary but revealing portrait of his working methods. Beyond Tesla's own words, we have the correspondence and memoirs of those who knew him. Robert Underwood Johnson, the editor and poet who was one of Tesla's closest friends for decades, George Westinghouse, the industrialist who gambled his fortune on Tesla's alternating current system, Thomas Comerford Martin, the electrical engineer who wrote the first major account of Tesla's work in the 1890s, and a procession of journalists, scientists, socialites, and fellow inventors who encountered Tesla across the long arc of his career and left behind descriptions that range from awestruck to genuinely worried. Kenneth Sweezy, a young science writer who befriended Tesla in his later years, preserved correspondence and personal observations that provide some of the most intimate glimpses of the inventor's final decades. And John J. O'Neill, whose 1944 biography Prodigal Genius was written with Tesla's cooperation and remains the most detailed contemporary account, though it must be read with awareness of O'Neill's clear admiration for his subject. Together, these sources allow us to reconstruct not merely what Tesla did, but how he thought, what he feared, and why the same qualities that made him capable of seeing the future also left him unable to navigate the present. This is not a simple story of genius versus greed, though greed plays its part. It is a story about the architecture of an extraordinary mind, its cathedrals and its cracks, and about what happens when a man whose imagination operates on a civilizational scale tries to live in a world that operates on a financial one. The village of Smiljan sits in a wide, fertile valley in the Lika region of what is now Croatia, but in 1856 was a rural outpost of the military frontier, that vast buffer zone the Austro-Hungarian Empire maintained along its border with the Ottoman Turks. The landscape is defined by contrasts, gentle green meadows giving way abruptly to craggy limestone ridges, mild summers followed by winters of cutting alpine severity. The sky over Lika is enormous, and the storms that roll across the Velebit Mountains arrive with a theatrical grandeur that would shape the imagination of the boy born beneath them. The Tesla family were ethnic Serbs, part of a community that had settled the military frontier generations earlier, serving the Habsburg Empire as soldier farmers in exchange for land and a measure of autonomy. They were Orthodox Christians in a predominantly Catholic landscape, a minority defined by faith and tradition, resilient and insular. The village of Smiljan consisted of perhaps a few dozen households clustered around a small Orthodox church, where Tesla's father served as the parish priest. Milutin Tesla was a man of considerable intellect trapped in modest circumstances. He had wanted to serve in the military following the tradition of his own father, but his family had steered him toward the clergy, and he had acquiesced with a resentment that never fully dissipated. He was known for his sermons, which were regarded as unusually sophisticated for a rural parish, and for his ability to recite long passages of text from memory after a single reading, a gift his son would inherit and amplify to an almost supernatural degree. Milutin was also, by his son's later account, demanding and somewhat remote, a man more comfortable with books than with the rough intimacies of rural family life. He expected excellence because he had been denied the arena in which to demonstrate his own. Tesla's mother, Juka Mandic, was in many ways the more remarkable figure, though history has given her far less attention. She came from a family of Serbian Orthodox clergy, Yemav. Her father and grandfather had both been priests, and she possessed an inventive intelligence that expressed itself in the practical engineering of daily life. She could not read or write. She had never attended a single day of school, and yet, by her son's own account, she designed and built the mechanical tools her household required, looms, churns, and various agricultural implements from raw materials and pure spatial reasoning. She could tie 3 knots in an eyelash, Tesla would later recall with evident wonder. Her fingers worked with a precision and speed that astonished everyone who watched her, and she could memorize entire volumes of Serbian epic poetry, thousands of lines, reciting them in the evenings by the fire. In Juka and Milutin Tesla, we find the two complementary forces that would combine with explosive results in their son: the father's prodigious verbal memory and intellectual ambition, and the mother's extraordinary spatial intelligence and mechanical intuition. Nikola Tesla would later credit his mother almost entirely for his inventive ability, a generosity that was probably also an accuracy, the capacity to see a machine whole in his mind, to rotate it, to hear its components moving and identify the source of friction before a single bolt was turned. This was Juka's gift, refined and raised to a level she could never have imagined. But there was another figure in the Tesla household whose shadow falls across the entire story and who must be introduced now, because without understanding him, we cannot understand the wound that drove Nikola Tesla for the rest of his life. Dane Tesla was Nikola's older brother. 7 years his senior, Dane was by all accounts the golden child of the family. He's brilliant, charming, physically confident in a way Nikola was not. Milutin Tesla made no secret of his belief that Dane was the family's great hope, the one destined for distinguished things. Nikola, smaller and more sensitive, lived in the long shadow of this older brother's promise. Every achievement of young Nikola's was measured by his father, and perhaps by himself, against the standard Dane had set. It was not cruelty, or at least, it was not intended as cruelty. It was simply the arithmetic of a family with limited resources and unlimited expectations, where attention and approval were finite commodities distributed according to perceived return. When Nikola was 7 years old, Dane was killed. The exact circumstances remain unclear. Some accounts say he was thrown from the family's horse, a magnificent Arabian that was one of Milutin's most prized possessions. Tesla himself, in his autobiography, offers a more disturbing and ambiguous version. He suggests, without ever quite stating it plainly, that he may have been somehow involved in the accident that killed his brother. Whether this was genuine memory, childhood guilt, or the distortion of an old man looking back through decades of psychological turbulence, we cannot know. What we can know is the consequence. The death of Dane Tesla shattered the family. Milutin withdrew further into his books and his sermons. Juka channeled her grief into relentless labor. And 7-year-old Nikola, overnight, became both the surviving son and the inadequate replacement for the son who had been lost. He inherited not only Dane's position in the family, but the crushing expectation that accompanied it, amplified now by the particular ferocity of grief. Every accomplishment would be weighed against the question of what Dane might have done. Every failure would carry the unspoken subtext that the wrong brother had survived. It was a wound that never healed. Decades later, as one of the most famous men in the world, Tesla would still speak of Dane with a mixture of reverence and guilt, describing his dead brother's talents in terms that suggested superhuman ability. Dane's brilliance, in Nikola's telling, grew with each retelling, until the older brother became less a real person than an impossible standard against which Nikola perpetually measured himself and perpetually fell short. This is the engine, the psychological engine, that powered Tesla's relentless drive to achieve, to invent, to astonish. He was not merely trying to change the world, he was trying to justify his own survival, to prove to a father who could no longer hear him and a brother who could no longer be surpassed that the universe had not made an error when it took Dane and left Nikola behind. In this family, in this village, under this weight, a boy began to exhibit the first signs of an extraordinary and deeply unusual mind. The symptoms, and that word is chosen carefully because what Tesla experienced was as much affliction as gift, appeared early. As a child, Nikola was seized by what he later described as blinding flashes of light, intensely vivid and completely involuntary. They came without warning, a burst of luminance so overwhelming that it obliterated whatever he was actually seeing, replacing the real world with a sheet of searing white, or, sometimes, with elaborate visual hallucinations so detailed and persistent that he could not immediately distinguish them from physical reality. These episodes terrified him. They terrified his parents. The village had no framework for understanding what was happening to the boy. No neurologist, no psychologist, no vocabulary for the sensory processing differences that modern science might categorize tentatively as a form of synesthesia or eidetic imagery taken to pathological extremes. Nikola simply saw things that were not there, with a clarity and persistence that no one around him could share or explain. But the flashes were only the most dramatic manifestation of a perceptual system that operated at an intensity far beyond the ordinary. Tesla's senses were, by his own account, grotesquely heightened. The ticking of a watch 3 rooms away pounded in his ears like the striking of a hammer on an anvil. He could feel the vibration of a carriage passing on the road through every fiber of his body. Sunlight falling on his skin produced sensations so acute that they approached pain. A rubber pad placed beneath his bed gave him discomfort that disrupted his sleep. In the most severe episodes, his pulse would accelerate wildly. His muscles would twitch beyond his control, and the boundary between his body and the external world seemed to dissolve entirely, leaving him flooded with sensation and unable to filter or prioritize any of it. To live inside such a nervous system was to live in a state of perpetual sensory siege, and yet this same hypersensitivity was inseparable from the capacity that would make Tesla one of the greatest inventors in history. Because alongside the unwanted flashes and the overwhelming sensitivity came something else, an ability to visualize 3-dimensional objects in his mind with a completeness and stability that defied anything his contemporaries had encountered. Tesla did not sketch his inventions. He did not build prototypes through trial and error, the way Edison did, testing hundreds of variations of a filament or a chemical compound until one happened to work. Tesla designed his machines entirely in his head. He would conceive of a device, a motor, a turbine, a coil, and then construct it mentally, component by component, until it existed as a fully realized 3-dimensional object rotating in the theater of his imagination. He could examine it from any angle. He could zoom in on individual parts. He could set it running and observe its performance over time, noting where friction developed, where heat accumulated, where a bearing might fail after weeks of operation. He could then make adjustments, again entirely in his mind, and run the simulation again and again until the design was perfected. Only then would he commit anything to physical form. And when he did, the physical device would work exactly as the mental model had predicted. The tolerances would be precise. The performance would match the simulation. To Tesla, this was not remarkable. It was simply how his mind operated, and he was genuinely puzzled that other inventors relied on crude physical prototyping when one could simply think the problem through to its conclusion. To everyone else, it appeared to be either genius or madness, and the line between the two would remain contested for the whole of Tesla's life. His mother understood, at least partially. Juka, who could build complex mechanical devices without plans or training, recognized in her son a more powerful version of her own spatial intelligence. She encouraged him. She showed him the tools and devices she had created, explained her reasoning, let him watch her hands as they worked through problems that her illiterate mind had solved through pure intuitive engineering. It was from Juka that Nikola learned the fundamental lesson that would define his career, that the physical world was merely the imperfect shadow of the mental one, and that the truest version of any machine existed not in wood and iron, but in the luminous space behind one's eyes. His father had different ambitions. Nikola Tesla wanted his surviving son to follow him into the priesthood. It was a respectable career, a secure one, and it would keep Nikola close to the family and the community. For a man who had already buried one son, the desire to keep the other within reach was understandable. But it was also for a boy whose mind hummed with turbines and transformers, a kind of slow suffocation. The tension between these two paths, the father's wish for security and continuity, the son's hunger for invention and discovery, it's defined Tesla's adolescence. It was not a violent conflict. Milutin was not a tyrant. But the expectation was constant and clear, a steady atmospheric pressure that shaped every conversation about Nikola's future. You will be a priest. You will serve the community. You will carry on the family tradition. Nikola said nothing. He went to school. He excelled with such ferocious ease that his teachers sometimes accused him of cheating. No student, they reasoned, could solve complex mathematical problems as quickly as Tesla appeared to, without some hidden method or prior knowledge of the answers. But there was no trick. Tesla simply saw the solutions. They arrived in his mind complete, the way a landscape appears when lightning illuminates it, a single flash, and every detail is visible simultaneously. At the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlovac, where he was sent at the age of 14, Tesla encountered formal physics and mathematics for the first time, and the effect was volcanic. He devoured the curriculum in half the allotted time. He developed an ability to perform integral calculus in his head, a feat his instructors initially refused to believe until he demonstrated it repeatedly under their direct observation. He graduated in 3 years instead of 4, driven by an intensity that was not entirely academic. During his time in Karlovac, he contracted cholera, a disease that ravaged the region periodically and that very nearly killed him. The illness was severe. For weeks, Tesla lay in bed, his body wasted, his pulse erratic. His chances of survival assessed by the local doctor as poor. And it was during this crisis that the conflict between father and son reached its resolution. Milutin, terrified of losing his second child, sat beside Nikola's bed and made a promise. If the boy survived, he could study engineering. He would not have to become a priest. He could follow the path his mind demanded. Whether it was the promise, the medicine, or simple biological luck, Nikola recovered. Slowly, painfully, over the course of months, he regained his strength. And when he was well enough to stand, the trajectory of his life was set. Not the priesthood, not Shmilyan, not the quiet, secure, constrained life his father had envisioned. Engineering, invention, the world beyond the Velebit Mountains, where electricity was beginning to reshape civilization and where a mind like his might find problems worthy of its terrifying capabilities. There was, however, one more formative experience before Tesla left his childhood behind, and it deserves attention because it illuminates a pattern that would repeat throughout his life with increasing consequences. During his convalescence from cholera, Tesla discovered the novels of Mark Twain. They were available in Serbian translation, and the young Tesla devoured them with the same totality he brought to everything. Not merely reading, but absorbing, memorizing, living inside the prose until the characters became as real to him as the people in his village. Years later, Tesla would say that Twain's humor and humanity had pulled him back from the edge of death, that the sheer pleasure of those stories had given him a reason to keep breathing when his body wanted to stop. And decades after that, in New York City, Tesla would meet Twain himself, and the two men would form an unlikely friendship. The Serbian inventor and the Missouri humorist, both outsiders, both possessed of a vision that outstripped their era's capacity to receive it. But the relevant pattern is this. Tesla formed his deepest connections not with the people physically present in his life, but with ideas, visions, and distant presences. Twain saved him not in person, but through words on a page. Juca shaped him not through conversation, but through the silent language of mechanical intuition. The machines in his mind were more real to him than the people in his room. This was not coldness. Tesla was, by all accounts, capable of great warmth and genuine affection. But his emotional life operated on a frequency that few others could tune to, and the result was a deepening isolation that would intensify with each passing decade until the only creature capable of receiving his love was a pigeon. In 1875, at the age of 19, Nikola Tesla enrolled at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz, one of the finest technical schools in the empire. He arrived with the hunger of a man released from prison, which in a sense, he was. For the first time, he was surrounded by people who spoke his language. Not Serbian, but the language of physics and mathematics and engineering. He was among peers, or at least among people who occupied the same general territory of intellect, even if none of them could match the strange, luminous intensity of his mental processes. It's nukketeer. The first year was extraordinary. Tesla attended lectures from early morning until late at night, often sleeping no more than 4 hours. He passed his examinations with the highest possible grades in every subject. His professors wrote to his father praising Nikola's ability in terms that bordered on alarm. One reportedly told Milutin that his son was a star of the first magnitude, but that the brightness of his work habits might burn him out before he could achieve anything lasting. The professor who would matter most was a man named Jakob Pöschl, who taught physics and who possessed one of those critical devices in the narrative of any great inventor, a demonstration model that failed, and failed publicly in a way that lodged itself in a young man's mind like a splinter. Pöschl had acquired a Graham dynamo, a direct current electrical machine that was considered state-of-the-art. He set it running during a lecture, and the students watched as the device's commutator, the mechanical component that reversed the direction of current flow to keep the motor spinning, threw off a shower of brilliant orange sparks. The sparking was dramatic, wasteful, and, as Tesla immediately intuited, fundamental. It was not a flaw in this particular machine. It was a flaw in the entire concept of direct current motors. The commutator was a mechanical crutch, a brute force solution to an electrical problem. And as long as motors relied on commutators, they would spark, they would wear, and they would waste energy. Tesla raised his hand and suggested in front of the entire class that it might be possible to build a motor that operated without a commutator, a motor driven by alternating current, in which the magnetic field itself rotated, eliminating the need for mechanical switching entirely. Professor Pöschl, who was a competent physicist and a reasonable man, dismissed the idea. Not rudely but firmly. Such a machine, he explained, would be equivalent to a perpetual motion device. It was a theoretical impossibility. The class moved on. Tesla did not move on. The problem, the rotating magnetic field, the commutatorless motor, lodged itself in the deepest layer of his consciousness and stayed there, burning quietly for the next 6 years. He could not prove Pöschl wrong. He did not yet have the mathematical framework or the engineering vocabulary to articulate what his intuition was telling him. But he knew, with a certainty that operated below the level of rational argument, that the sparking commutator was an admission of defeat, and that there existed somewhere in the architecture of electrical physics an elegant solution that no one had yet seen. This is the quality that separated Tesla from merely brilliant engineers and placed him in the company of those rare minds, Newton, Maxwell, Einstein, that did not merely solve problems within existing frameworks, but perceived entirely new frameworks waiting to be discovered. Tesla did not look at the Graham dynamo and think about how to improve the commutator. He looked at the Graham dynamo and saw that the commutator itself was the error. The machine was asking the wrong question. The right question was not, how do we reverse the current mechanically, but what if the current reversed itself? The answer would come to him 6 years later in a park in Budapest, in a flash of insight so complete and so sudden that it would reshape the technological foundation of human civilization. But that moment was still distant, and between Graz and Budapest, Tesla would first have to nearly destroy himself, because the second year at the Polytechnic was nothing like the first. Tesla, who had been a model student, began to unravel. He discovered gambling, specifically card games, and fell into them with the same totality he brought to everything else. He played obsessively, recklessly, sometimes through the night and into the next day's lectures. He lost money he did not have. He missed classes. His grades collapsed. His professors, who had written such glowing reports to his father, now wrote very different letters or stopped writing altogether. The gambling was not mere recreation. It was the first visible expression of a pattern that would recur throughout Tesla's life. The compulsive, all-consuming focus on a single activity to the exclusion of everything else, including self-preservation. When Tesla engaged with something, and whether it was a mathematical problem, a card game, or a novel, he did not engage partially. He was incapable of partial engagement. His mind operated in only 2 modes: total absorption and complete disinterest. There was no middle setting, no capacity for the moderate, sustained effort that constitutes most of adult life. This was the engine of his genius. It was also the mechanism of his self-destruction. By the end of his second year, Tesla had lost his scholarship. By the third year, he had stopped attending classes entirely. He did not graduate. He severed contact with his family, apparently unable to face his father's disappointment, and drifted to the city of Maribor, where he worked as a draftsman and spent his evenings gambling in local establishments. It was a period of complete dissolution. The brilliant young physicist reduced to a functionally anonymous drifter, squandering the gifts that had once made professors write home in astonishment. His father eventually tracked him down. Milutin traveled to Maribor and confronted his son, pleading with him to return to his studies. Tesla refused. Or rather, Tesla was unable to agree because the gravitational pull of his compulsions was stronger than any rational argument. Yet father and son parted badly. Milutin returned to Smiljan. Shortly afterward, in 1879, Milutin Tesla died. The loss was devastating. Whatever distance had existed between them, Milutin had been the fixed point in Nikola's emotional landscape. The authority to rebel against, the standard to exceed, the audience whose approval mattered most precisely because it was most difficult to earn. With his father gone, Tesla was unmoored. The guilt of their final unresolved conflict joined the older guilt of Dane's death, creating a psychological burden that Tesla would carry for the rest of his life, invisible to almost everyone but operating beneath every subsequent decision like a current beneath still water. It was Tesla's uncles who intervened. They gathered the resources to send him to the University of Prague, where he audited lectures in physics and mathematics for a term. He did not formally enroll. His preparation was considered insufficient, and in any case, the family could not afford full tuition. But the exposure to the Prague intellectual environment, combined with the shock of his father's death, seemed to break the fever of his dissolution. Tesla began to reconstitute himself. He stopped gambling. He resumed his technical reading. And the problem that had lodged itself in his mind at Graz, the rotating magnetic field, the commutatorless motor, began to pulse again with renewed urgency. In 1881, Tesla moved to Budapest, where he took a position with the newly formed Budapest Telephone Exchange. The work was beneath his capabilities. He was essentially a technician, maintaining and improving telephone equipment, but it gave him a steady income, and more importantly, it gave him time to think. And he thought. He thought constantly, obsessively about the rotating magnetic field. He walked the streets of Budapest, turning the problem over in his mind, examining it from every angle the way he examined his mental machines, searching for the elegant solution he knew existed but could not yet see. The intensity of his focus began to produce physical symptoms. His hypersensitivity returned with a vengeance. His sleep became erratic. His appetite vanished. His colleague and friend, Anidal Sigeti, an engineer who worked with Tesla at the telephone exchange, grew concerned. He insisted that Tesla take breaks, go outside, get fresh air. He practically dragged the inventor to the city park for walks. And it was during one of these walks, on a February evening in 1882, that the 6-year obsession reached its culmination. Tesla and Sigeti were strolling through the Budapest city park as the sun set, painting the sky in deep reds and golds. Tesla, who had been reciting passages from Goethe's Faust from memory, another demonstration of the prodigious recall he had inherited from his father, suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His body went rigid, his eyes fixed on something that was not there, or rather on something that was there only for him, visible only in the blazing theater of his mind. He saw it, the complete solution. Not a piece of it, not a hint, or a direction, or a promising lead. The entire thing, whole, rotating, functional, perfect, a motor driven by 2 alternating currents, offset in phase, creating a rotating magnetic field that spun the rotor without any commutator, without any mechanical switching, without sparks or waste or the brutal clumsiness of direct current. He saw the motor, the generator, the transformer, the entire system of alternating current power transmission, all of it interlocking, all of it elegant, all of it inevitable once you understood the principle. With a stick, kneeling in the dirt of the Budapest City Park, Tesla drew the diagram for Sigeti, who watched with the expression of a man who understands that he is witnessing something he will be asked about for the rest of his life. The rotating magnetic field, the polyphase alternating current system, the invention that would, within 2 decades, electrify the world. Professor Poschel had called it impossible. The established physics of the day said it could not be done. Every working electrical engineer in Europe and America was building systems based on direct current, because direct current was understood, because direct current was what Edison was selling, because direct current was the way things were done. And a 26-year-old Serbian exile standing in a Budapest park at sunset with dirt on his knees and Goethe on his lips had just seen through all of it to the truth on the other side. The future had arrived. Now he had to build it. And to build it, he would have to go to the one place on Earth where the future was being manufactured at industrial scale. He would have to go to America, he would have to go to New York, and there, whether he knew it or not, he would have to go through Thomas Edison. The hum of a direct current motor is an aggressive thing, a strained, buzzing vibration that speaks of mechanical friction and wasted energy, of a system fighting against its own limitations. The hum of an alternating current motor is something else entirely. It is smooth. It is quiet. It is the sound of a principle operating without resistance, of energy flowing in the direction it was always meant to flow. If you listen carefully to the walls around you right now, to the gentle, barely perceptible vibration of the current that powers your home, you are hearing the sound that Nikola Tesla heard in his mind on that evening in Budapest, 40 years before it became the background frequency of modern civilization. That sound will carry us forward. Into New York, into the war of currents, into the blazing white light of the Chicago World's Fair, into the slow, magnificent, heartbreaking arc of a life that changed everything and received almost nothing in return. But that is ahead of us. For now, the young inventor has his vision, his diagram in the dirt, and the unshakable conviction that he has seen something true. He does not yet know what it will cost him. Part 2. The Current War. The 2 years between the Budapest vision and Tesla's arrival in America were a period of preparation disguised as frustration, armed with the complete alternating current system rotating in his mind. Every component refined, every tolerance calculated, every performance characteristic already tested in the tireless laboratory behind his eyes. Tesla needed only 2 things: a workshop to build the physical prototypes, and a patron willing to fund them. He found the first in Strasbourg. He never found the second. In 1882, through a connection at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, Tesla secured a position with the Continental Edison Company in Paris. The company was installing Edison's direct current lighting systems across Europe, and Tesla was assigned to troubleshoot problems at various installations, work that was, for a man who had just conceived the most important electrical invention of the century, roughly equivalent to asking Michelangelo to paint fences. But Tesla was practical enough to understand that proximity to Edison's operation, even the European branch, placed him in the orbit of the only industry that could realize his vision. He took the job. He did it well, and he waited. His superiors quickly recognized that they had hired someone unusual. Tesla solved problems that had baffled senior engineers. He redesigned components of Edison's dynamos, improving their efficiency significantly. He was sent to Strasbourg to repair a power station that had suffered a dramatic failure during its inaugural demonstration. A wall had been blown out by a short circuit, in the presence of the German emperor, no less. And Tesla not only fixed the installation but used his spare hours in Strasbourg to build the first physical prototype of his alternating current induction motor. It worked. Of course it worked. It worked precisely as the mental model had predicted, because the mental model was, in Tesla's mind, not a prediction, but a description. The motor spun smoothly, silently, without commutator, without sparks, driven by the rotating magnetic field that Professor Puschel had declared impossible. Tesla demonstrated it to the mayor of Strasbourg, to local businessmen, to anyone who would watch. He explained with the evangelical fervor that characterized his relationship with his own ideas that this motor was merely the visible tip of an entire system, a system of generation, transmission, and distribution that could deliver electrical power over distances that Edison's direct current could not even approach. No one invested. The businessmen were polite. The mayor was impressed, but no one could see what Tesla saw. Because what Tesla saw required the viewer to imagine not a single motor, but an entire infrastructure. Power plants and transmission lines and transformers and substations spanning hundreds of miles, and in 1883, such a vision sounded less like engineering than like fantasy. Tesla was offering to rebuild the world, and the world was not yet ready to believe it needed rebuilding. Tesla's managers at the Continental Edison Company were equally unresponsive. Charles Batchelor, Edison's trusted associate who oversaw the European operations, recognized Tesla's extraordinary talent and suggested that the young engineer go to America, to New York, to work directly with Edison himself. Whether Batchelor provided Tesla with a letter of introduction to Edison has been debated. The famous quote attributed to the letter, "I know two great men, and you are one of them, the other is this young man," may be apocryphal. What is not debated is that Tesla arrived in New York in June of 1884 with approximately 4 cents in his pocket, the clothes on his back, a few poems, some mathematical articles, and the complete blueprints for the electrical future of the world stored in the only place he fully trusted, his own mind. He had been robbed during the journey, his luggage had been stolen, his ticket had gone missing and had to be argued for at the dock. The Atlantic crossing had been rough. None of this mattered. Tesla stepped off the ship and into Manhattan with the intensity of a man who has been waiting his entire life for the city to match the scale of his ambitions. In New York in 1884 was a place being assembled in real time. Construction cranes swinging over half-finished buildings, cable cars clattering through streets that were being wired and plumbed and paved simultaneously, the whole island vibrating with the particular energy of a society that had decided to build the future and worry about the consequences later. For Tesla, who had spent 2 years trying to convince cautious Europeans to take a chance on an invisible revolution, the sheer velocity of American enterprise must have felt like oxygen after a long submersion. He went directly to Edison's laboratory on Pearl Street, and there, in the cluttered, chemical-smelling, deliberately chaotic workspace of the most famous inventor in the world, 2 men met whose names would be linked forever, though almost everything about them was opposed. Thomas Alva Edison was 47 years old in the summer of 1884, and he had already accomplished enough for several lifetimes. The phonograph, the practical incandescent light bulb, the first commercial electrical power distribution system, running from his Pearl Street generating station to illuminate a square mile of lower Manhattan. He was not merely an inventor, he was an industrialist, a brand, a symbol of American ingenuity made flesh. His name was synonymous with progress itself, and his opinion on electrical matters carried a weight that no one else in the country could match. Edison was also in ways that would prove critical to his relationship with Tesla, a man of profoundly different intellectual architecture. Edison was an empiricist to his bones. He solved problems by building things and watching them fail, then building them again slightly differently and watching them fail slightly differently and continuing this process through hundreds or thousands of iterations until something worked. His famous remark about genius being 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration was not false modesty. It was a precise description of his method. He did not trust theory. He did not trust mathematics. He trusted his hands, his eyes, the physical behavior of physical materials, and the exhaustive, systematic elimination of possibilities that did not work. This method had made him the most successful inventor of his age. It had also given him a specific and implacable blindness. Edison could not see what he could not touch, could not believe in what had not yet been demonstrated physically, and, most dangerously, could not concede that a system he had built and marketed and staked his reputation upon might be fundamentally inferior to a system that existed only in the mind of a 28-year-old immigrant. Tesla, for his part, was Edison's mirror negative. Where Edison was stocky, pragmatic, and loud, Tesla was tall, theoretical, and reserved. Where Edison worked in chaos, his laboratory was a famous mess of chemicals, wires, half-finished prototypes, and partially eaten meals, Tesla demanded order, cleanliness, and mathematical precision. Where Edison solved problems from the outside in through physical experimentation, Tesla solved them from the inside out through mental simulation. Where Edison distrusted theory, Tesla lived inside it. They were two different philosophies of invention given human form. And for a brief period, they worked in the same building. Edison hired Tesla immediately. The young Serbian's reputation from the Continental Edison Company preceded him, and Edison, whatever his theoretical blindnesses, had an unerring instinct for recognizing raw engineering talent. He put Tesla to work improving the dynamos and motors at the Pearl Street station. Direct current machines, naturally, since direct current was all Edison sold and all Edison believed in. Tesla threw himself into the work with characteristic intensity. He arrived before dawn. He left after midnight. He redesigned Edison's dynamos, making them significantly more efficient. Edison was impressed. He reportedly told Tesla, "I have had many hard-working assistants, but you take the cake." What happened next depends on whose account you trust. And it matters because it crystallized the rupture between the two men and set in motion the most consequential technological conflict of the 19th century. Tesla claimed that Edison offered him $50,000, an enormous sum in 1884, equivalent to well over $1 million in today's currency. If Tesla could successfully redesign Edison's direct current generators to improve their performance. Tesla worked for months, redesigning the machines from the ground up and delivered the improved generators. When he asked for the promised payment, Edison laughed and said, "Tesla, you don't understand our American humor." The $50,000 was never paid. Tesla was offered a modest raise instead. Edison's supporters have argued that the $50,000 promise was never made, or that Tesla misunderstood a joke, or that the terms of the challenge were different from what Tesla later recalled. The truth is probably irretrievable. But what is certain is the outcome. In the spring of 1885, after less than a year at Edison's laboratory, Nikola Tesla resigned. He walked out of the most prestigious electrical workshop in America with nothing but his own ideas and an anger that would fuel the next decade of his career. The break with Edison was not merely professional, it was philosophical, and it was permanent. Tesla came to see Edison not just as a man who had cheated him, but as the representative of a fundamentally wrong approach to both science and technology. The brute force empiricism that Tesla considered barbaric, the commitment to direct current that Tesla knew was a technological dead end, and the conflation of commercial success with technical truth that Tesla found intellectually offensive. Edison, for his part, came to see Tesla as a dangerous dreamer, a man whose elegant theories produced impractical fantasies, and, eventually, as a direct threat to the empire Edison had built. The personal wound mattered, but the technological disagreement mattered more because it was not a matter of opinion, it was a matter of physics. And physics was on Tesla's side. To understand the war of currents, the name history has given to the struggle between Edison's direct current and Tesla's alternating current, you must first understand why direct current was doomed and why Edison could not or would not see it. Direct current flows in one direction like water through a pipe. It is conceptually simple, easy to generate, and in the short distances of Edison's Pearl Street system, mean a few blocks of lower Manhattan, it worked adequately. But direct current has a fatal limitation. It cannot travel far. The farther direct current moves through a wire, the more energy it loses to resistance, dissipating as heat. Edison's generating stations could power buildings within a mile or so of the plant. Beyond that, the voltage dropped below usable levels, and the wires themselves became dangerously hot. This meant that to electrify a city using direct current, you needed a generating station every mile or two. An expensive, inefficient, and ultimately absurd proposition. To electrify the countryside, you needed generating stations everywhere, which was economically impossible. Edison's system could illuminate Wall Street, it could not illuminate America. The alternating current solved this problem with an elegance that still, over a century later, deserves admiration. Alternating current reverses direction many times per second, 60 times per second in the American standard that Tesla helped establish. This oscillation means that alternating current can be fed through a transformer, a device of beautiful simplicity that uses electromagnetic induction to step voltage up or down. Step the voltage up at the generating station, and you can push the current through wires for hundreds of miles with minimal loss. Step it down at the destination, and you have safe, usable power ready for homes and factories. One generating station with alternating current and transformers could do what dozens of Edison's direct current plants could not. The economic implications were staggering. The engineering implications were revolutionary, and the implications for Edison's business empire were existential. Edison understood this, even if he refused to admit it publicly. He had invested millions in his own money and his investors' money in direct current infrastructure. His reputation, his brand, his identity as the Wizard of Menlo Park were all bound to a system that alternating current rendered obsolete. To embrace alternating current would be to admit that the foundation of his empire was flawed. For a man of Edison's ego and commercial instincts, this was unthinkable. He would fight, and he would fight dirty. But the fight was still ahead. In 1885, Tesla had a more immediate problem. He was broke, unemployed, and unknown. The departure from Edison's laboratory had left him without income, without connections, and without the institutional support necessary to develop his alternating current system into commercial reality. He had the most important electrical invention of the age locked inside his mind. He had no way to get it out. What followed was the darkest period of Tesla's professional life. He found backers, two businessmen named Robert Lane and Benjamin Vail, who provided funding for a company called the Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing Company. But Lane and Vail were interested in arc lighting, not in alternating current motors. They wanted Tesla to design improved arc lamps for municipal street lighting, a practical, profitable, and thoroughly uninspiring application of his abilities. Tesla complied, producing several patents for arc lighting systems that demonstrated his versatility but had nothing to do with his real work. When the arc lighting designs were complete, Lane and Vail took the patents, dissolved the company, and left Tesla with nothing. No compensation, no equity, no rights to his own inventions. It was the $50,000 incident with Edison repeated in a different key. Tesla had been used for his technical brilliance and discarded once the useful work was extracted. For the better part of a year, from late 1886 through 1887, Nikola Tesla survived by digging ditches. The man who held the key to the electrical future of the world stood in the mud of Manhattan swinging a shovel alongside common laborers earning $2 a day. It was the lowest point of his life. He later described this period with a controlled bitterness that barely concealed the humiliation beneath. My high education in various branches of science, mechanics, and literature seemed to me like a mockery. The ditch digging was not merely degrading. It was, for Tesla, a kind of existential torture. His mind continued to operate at full capacity. The alternating current system continued to rotate in his mental theater, perfect and complete and utterly useless, while his body performed the most basic physical labor available to an unskilled immigrant. The gap between what he knew he could give the world and what the world was willing to accept from him was a chasm that threatened to swallow him entirely. And yet, he did not break. This is the fact that separates Tesla's ditch-digging period from mere biographical hardship and elevates it to the level of character revelation. A lesser mind would have abandoned the alternating current vision. accepted a comfortable position as a conventional electrical engineer, and lived a pleasant, anonymous life designing incremental improvements to existing technology. Tesla could not do this. The vision was not an option he could choose or discard. It was a structural feature of his consciousness, as involuntary as the flashes of light that had plagued his childhood, and it demanded expression with the same insistence. The foreman of Tesla's ditch-digging crew happened to know a man named Alfred S. Brown, a superintendent at Western Union Telegraph. Tesla told Brown about his alternating current system. Brown, who was enough of an electrical man to grasp the implications, introduced Tesla to a New York attorney named Charles F. Peck. Peck was skeptical. Alternating current was still widely considered impractical, but Brown's endorsement carried weight, and Tesla's demonstration of a small alternating current motor, built from scrounged materials in a rented laboratory, was persuasive enough to secure backing. In April 1887, the Tesla Electric Company was formed, with Brown and Peck as partners and Tesla as the inventive engine. Tesla was given a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street in Manhattan, and for the first time in his life, he had the space, the equipment, and the financial support to translate his mental inventions into physical form. The next 12 months were among the most productive in the history of technology. Working with a ferocity that alarmed even his supporters, Tesla built and patented not one, but a complete family of alternating current machines, motors, generators, and transformers covering single-phase, two-phase, and three-phase configurations. He filed patent after patent, each one a precisely articulated component of the larger system he had conceived in Budapest 6 years earlier. The patents were written with a clarity and technical precision that patent examiners found remarkable. Tesla's mental simulations had been so thorough that the specifications read less like proposals than like descriptions of machines that had been running for years. On the 16th of May, 1888, Tesla stepped onto the stage of the American Institute of Electrical Engineers at Columbia University and delivered a lecture that would change the world. He was 32 years old. He spoke in accented but precise English, with the quiet confidence of a man who knew that what he was presenting was not a theory, but a fact that the rest of the profession had not yet apprehended. He demonstrated the rotating magnetic field. He showed how two alternating currents, offset in phase, could create a smoothly spinning magnetic force that drove a motor without commutator, without brushes, without sparks, without the mechanical compromises that plagued every direct current machine in existence. He showed the motors running. He explained the mathematics. He laid out the complete vision. Alternating current generated at a power station, stepped up to high voltage by transformers, transmitted over long distances with minimal loss, stepped down again for safe use in homes and factories. One system, universal, elegant, and scalable to any distance and any load. The audience understood. These were electrical engineers, men who worked with current and coils every day, and they recognized immediately that they were witnessing something foundational. The lecture created a sensation in the electrical engineering community. Within weeks, every serious player in the American electrical industry knew Tesla's name and understood, at least in broad outline, what his system could do. One man understood faster and more completely than any of the others. He was sitting in Pittsburgh, running a company that manufactured air brakes for railroads and electrical equipment for utilities, and he had been searching for exactly the technology that Tesla had just demonstrated. His name was George Westinghouse, and he was about to become the most important figure in the commercial realization of Tesla's vision. George Westinghouse was 41 years old in 1888. A burly, bearded industrialist with a mechanical genius of his own and a businessman's instinct for transformative technology. He had made his first fortune by inventing the railroad air brake at the age of 22, a device that saved thousands of lives and revolutionized rail transportation. He had entered the electrical industry because he saw correctly that electricity was going to reshape the world as profoundly as the railroad had, and he wanted to be at the center of that transformation. Westinghouse had already committed to alternating current before he ever heard of Tesla. He had licensed patents from European inventors, including Lucian Gollard and John Dixon Gibbs, whose transformer designs enabled long-distance AC power transmission. He had built the first commercial AC power system in the United States in Great Barrington, Massachusetts in 1886. But Westinghouse's AC system lacked the component that Tesla provided, the polyphase induction motor, the device that could convert alternating current into mechanical power efficiently and reliably. Without Tesla's motor, Westinghouse had an excellent delivery system for electrical lighting. With Tesla's motor, he had a complete power system capable of driving every machine in every factory in America. Westinghouse traveled to New York and met Tesla in person. The encounter was between two men who respected each other's intelligence, a rarer thing than it sounds in the cutthroat world of late 19th century American industry. Westinghouse examined Tesla's patents, watched his motors run, asked precise technical questions, and made an offer. The terms were extraordinary. Westinghouse offered Tesla $60,000 for his alternating current patents for approximately $2 million in current value, plus a royalty of $2.50 for every horsepower of electrical capacity sold using the patented technology. The royalty clause, which seemed like a minor addendum at the time, would later become the most consequential and most tragic element of Tesla's financial life. If the alternating current system achieved even a fraction of the adoption Tesla predicted, the royalties would make him one of the wealthiest men on Earth. Tesla accepted. He agreed to serve as a consultant at Westinghouse's Pittsburgh laboratory for 1 year at a salary of $2,000 per month to help integrate his inventions into Westinghouse's existing manufacturing infrastructure. He traveled to Pittsburgh and immersed himself in the practical engineering challenges of bringing his system to commercial scale. The year in Pittsburgh was productive but uncomfortable. Tesla's working methods clashed with the culture of a large industrial operation. Westinghouse's engineers were practical men accustomed to solving problems through physical prototyping and iterative testing. Edison's method, essentially, applied within a Westinghouse framework. Tesla's insistence on mental design, his refusal to build unnecessary prototypes, his certainty that his calculations were correct before any physical component was manufactured, struck many of Westinghouse's engineers as arrogant. Tesla, for his part, found the noise, the mess, and the collaborative chaos of a large workshop deeply disruptive to his concentration. He was a solitary mind in a collective enterprise, and the fit was imperfect. But the machines worked. As always, the machines worked precisely as Tesla's mental models had predicted. Westinghouse began manufacturing alternating current equipment incorporating Tesla's patents, and the commercial battle between direct current and alternating current, between Edison and Westinghouse, between the past and the future, escalated from a professional disagreement into something far uglier. Edison's campaign against alternating current is one of the most disturbing episodes in the history of American technology because it demonstrates how thoroughly economic self-interest can corrupt even a brilliant mind. Edison had a problem, and the problem was arithmetic. His direct current system required a generating station for every square mile of coverage. Westinghouse's alternating current system, using Tesla's motors and transformers, could cover hundreds of square miles from a single plant. The cost differential was devastating. Every potential customer who understood the economics would choose alternating current. Edison's empire, built on direct current infrastructure and direct current patents, faced extinction. Rather than license Tesla's technology or develop his own alternating current system, or find some accommodation with the physics of the situation, Edison chose to fight the new technology itself. His strategy was not technical, it was psychological. He set out to convince the American public that alternating current was inherently lethally dangerous. He was not entirely wrong about the danger. Alternating current at high voltages could indeed kill, and several accidental deaths had occurred during the installation of early AC power lines. But Edison's response was not to advocate for better safety standards. It was to weaponize the deaths, to amplify the fear, and to associate alternating current in the public mind with electrocution, suffering, and death. Edison's laboratory began conducting public demonstrations in which animals, dogs, cats, and eventually horses and cattle, were deliberately electrocuted using alternating current. The demonstrations were performed before audiences of journalists and were designed to produce maximum shock and revulsion. Edison's associate Harold P. Brown toured the country with a portable AC generator, killing animals on stage to gasps and screams, while Edison himself maintained a careful public distance from the spectacle even as he funded and orchestrated it from behind the scenes. The campaign reached its grotesque culmination in the development of the electric chair. Edison, who publicly opposed capital punishment, privately lobbied for the adoption of alternating current as the method of execution in New York State. His reasoning was nakedly strategic. If alternating current became the instrument of death in the public imagination, no homeowner would willingly allow it into their walls. He succeeded. The first electric chair used to execute William Kemmler in August 1890 ran on alternating current. Edison's allies ensured that newspaper reports emphasized the connection between the execution method and Westinghouse's power system. To be electrocuted, in the coinage Edison's camp pushed into popular usage, was to be Westinghoused. The execution of Kemmler was botched. The first jolt of current did not kill him. He was still breathing, still showing signs of consciousness when the executioner applied a second longer surge. Witnesses reported the smell of burning flesh. Several observers fainted. A reporter for the New York World wrote that the scene was far worse than hanging. Westinghouse, upon hearing the details, reportedly said, "They would have done better using an axe." Tesla watched these developments with a mixture of horror and determination. The smear campaign against alternating current was at its foundation a campaign against his life's work, against the vision he had received in the Budapest Park, against the system he had perfected through years of mental simulation, against the future he had seen and that Edison was trying to prevent. Tesla responded not with counter-propaganda, but with demonstration. If Edison was associating alternating current with death, Tesla would associate it with wonder. He began a series of public lectures and demonstrations that rank among the most spectacular scientific performances of the 19th century. Standing on stages in New York and across Europe, Tesla passed hundreds of thousands of volts of high-frequency alternating current through his own body, allowing electrical discharges to crackle from his fingertips, lighting fluorescent tubes held in his bare hands, surrounding himself with coronas of electrical fire that made him look less like an engineer and more like a figure from mythology. The demonstrations were carefully designed. The high frequency of the current made it flow along the surface of the skin rather than through the body, a phenomenon Tesla understood perfectly and exploited brilliantly. They were safe, though they looked anything but safe. That was the point. Tesla was showing the world that alternating current, properly understood and properly controlled, was not a killer, but a servant. Versatile, powerful, and beautiful. The lectures made Tesla famous. In newspapers that had carried Edison's scare stories now carried accounts of the tall, gaunt Serbian who conjured lightning from his hands and spoke of a future powered by forces that most of his audience could barely comprehend. Tesla became a celebrity, invited to the salons of New York's wealthiest families, photographed alongside Mark Twain, courted by journalists who found in him an irresistible combination of scientific authority and theatrical magnetism. But celebrity did not resolve the commercial battle. That resolution required a demonstration so large, so public, and so undeniable that no amount of propaganda could obscure the technical superiority of alternating current. It required, in short, a stage worthy of the technology. The stage arrived in 1893. It was the largest, most ambitious, and most spectacular public event America had ever produced. It would draw 27 million visitors. It would announce to the world that the United States had arrived as a global power, and it would be lit from the first night to the last by the technology that Tesla had conceived in a Budapest park, and that Edison had tried to bury beneath dead animals and burning flesh. The world's Columbian Exposition was coming to Chicago, and Nikola Tesla was about to turn on the lights. The bid for the Chicago contract was Westinghouse's gamble, but it was Tesla's vindication. Edison's General Electric Company submitted a proposal to illuminate the fair using direct current at a cost of nearly $19 per lamp. Westinghouse, using Tesla's alternating current system, bid less than half that amount. Because the difference was not salesmanship, it was physics. Alternating current was simply measurably, demonstrably cheaper to generate and distribute over the vast acreage of the fairgrounds. The exposition's organizers chose Westinghouse. Edison, in a final act of commercial spite, refused to allow Westinghouse to use Edison's patented light bulb design. Westinghouse's engineers, Tesla among them, had to redesign the bulb from scratch in a matter of months. They did. And on the evening of May 1st, 1893, before a crowd of over 100,000 people, President Grover Cleveland pressed a golden telegraph key, and the world's Columbian Exposition blazed into light. What happened next, under those lights and above the roaring waters of distant Niagara Falls, would crown Tesla's triumph and set the terms of his destruction. But that evening in Chicago belongs to the next chapter of this story. For now, it is enough to know that the current war was reaching its climax and that the man who had dug ditches in Manhattan was about to stand at the center of the world, bathed in the light of his own invention, while 27 million people looked on. Part 3. The White City. 100,000 people stood in darkness. They filled the Court of Honor at Jackson Park on the south side of Chicago, pressed shoulder to shoulder along the edges of the Grand Basin, their faces turned upward toward the great white buildings that loomed against the night sky like the temples of some civilization that had not yet been born. It was the 1st of May, 1893, opening night of the world's Columbian Exposition, the grandest spectacle the Western Hemisphere had ever attempted. The fair had been built to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Columbus's arrival in the New World, though it was running a year late because nothing of this scale had ever been attempted and the construction had nearly defeated the engineers, the architects, and the city of Chicago itself. The buildings were enormous. The Manufactures and Liberal Arts Building alone covered 44 acres, the largest enclosed structure on Earth at that time. The Agriculture Building, the Machinery Hall, the Electricity Building, the Palace of Fine Arts. They rose from the reclaimed swampland of Jackson Park in a neoclassical grandeur that had earned the fairgrounds a name that would outlive the exposition by a century. They called it the White City, because every facade had been coated in a plaster compound called staff, brilliant white, reflecting whatever light fell upon it with a luminance that visitors would describe in language normally reserved for religious experience. But on that opening evening, the White City was dark. The crowds waited. President Grover Cleveland stood at the elevated platform near the administration building, his hand resting on a golden telegraph key connected to the master switch of the fair's electrical system. Behind the walls, beneath the floors, running through miles of conduit that had been laid over the preceding months under conditions of extraordinary difficulty and compressed timelines, waited the machinery that would determine whether alternating current was a viable technology or an expensive embarrassment. 12,000 horsepower polyphase alternating current generators, built by Westinghouse to Tesla's specifications, sat in the machinery hall, their rotors still and silent. From these generators, power would flow through transformers that stepped the voltage to appropriate levels, through distribution lines that fanned out across the 690 acres of the fairgrounds to approximately 100,000 incandescent lamps, thousands of arc lights, and the motors that drove the exhibits, the fountains, the elevated railway, and the massive Ferris wheel that George Washington Gale Ferris had built as America's answer to the Eiffel Tower. No one had ever attempted electrical distribution on this scale. Edison's largest direct current installation served a few city blocks. The Chicago Exposition would require power delivery across an area larger than many European towns, and every watt of it would be alternating current. If the system failed, If the generators could not hold their frequency, if the transformers overheated, if the distribution lines produced the lethal surges that Edison had spent 3 years warning the public about, the failure would be witnessed by the President of the United States, by the world's press, and by 100,000 citizens who had paid 50 cents apiece for the privilege of watching the future arrive. Cleveland pressed the key. A signal traveled through the telegraph wire to the machinery hall, where an engineer closed the master circuit. The white city erupted into light. 100,000 incandescent bulbs blazed to life simultaneously. I'm transforming the court of honor from a field of shadows into a landscape of such overwhelming brilliance that witnesses struggled for adequate description. The white facades caught the light and amplified it, until the buildings themselves seemed to glow from within, as though the plaster and wood and steel had been replaced by something luminous and immaterial. The Grand Basin became a mirror, doubling the spectacle. The fountains illuminated from below threw arcs of liquid silver into the night air. And above it all, the great searchlights mounted on the roof of the manufacturer's building swept their beams across the crowds like the fingers of some benevolent intelligence, reaching out to touch the upturned faces of people who had never seen anything like this and who understood in that moment that the world they had known was ending and a new one was being born. The crowd did not cheer immediately. There was a pause, a collective intake of breath, a moment of stunned silence that several witnesses noted independently in their accounts. Then the roar came, enormous and sustained, the sound of 100,000 human beings responding to something that exceeded their capacity for rational processing and triggered instead something older and deeper, awe, the authentic article, unmanufactured and overwhelming. Tesla was there. He stood in the electricity building surrounded by the Westinghouse exhibit that showcased his polyphase system, his motors, his transformers, and a display of high-frequency electrical phenomena that he had personally designed. He had spent weeks preparing the demonstration equipment, working with the same obsessive precision he brought to everything, ensuring that every component performed exactly as his mental models demanded. He wore, as always, a dark suit of immaculate cut, his tall frame slightly stooped, his long fingers moving with restless energy even in moments of apparent stillness. The famous mustache was precisely trimmed, his eyes, dark, deep-set, with an intensity that every person who met him remarked upon, swept the crowds that flowed through the exhibit with an expression that might have been satisfaction or vindication, or simply the focused attention of a mind that never fully stopped working. The Westinghouse exhibit occupied a substantial portion of the electricity building, and at its center, visible to every visitor who entered, stood Tesla's polyphase alternating current system in full operation. The generators hummed with the smooth, almost musical tone that distinguished alternating current machinery from the aggressive buzz of direct current. The motors spun. The transformers stepped voltage up and down with silent efficiency. Visitors could see for the first time the complete system working as an integrated whole. Generation, transmission, transformation, and end use, all linked by the invisible thread of the rotating magnetic field that Tesla had first seen in Budapest 11 years earlier. Across the aisle, the General Electric exhibit showcased Edison's direct current technology. The contrast was visible even to visitors with no technical knowledge. Edison's machines were larger, louder, and more visibly mechanical. The commutators sparked. Only the brushes wore. The whole apparatus conveyed an impression of brute force barely contained. Tesla's machines were quieter, smaller for their output, and possessed of an uncanny smoothness that suggested something closer to natural law than to engineering. Side by side, the two systems told a story that required no caption. But Tesla's most memorable contribution to the exposition was not the polyphase exhibit. It was the demonstration he gave personally, the one that drew crowds so dense that the aisles of the electricity building became impassable, and fairground police had to be summoned to manage the flow of bodies. Standing on a raised platform, dressed in white tie and tails, Tesla repeated and expanded the high-frequency demonstrations he had been performing in smaller venues for the previous 2 years. He held glass tubes filled with various gases and watched them glow in his hands, illuminated by the high-frequency current that passed through his body's sieve. Wireless lighting effectively decades before the concept entered mainstream engineering discussion. He allowed electrical discharges to play across his skin, sparks leaping from his fingertips in branching tree-like patterns that made him look like a man holding lightning in his bare hands. He lit lamps without wires, sending electrical energy through the air to receivers that glowed obediently across the stage. He stood calmly at the center of artificial lightning storms, wreathed in electrical fire, while audiences that included some of the most sophisticated scientific minds in the world watched in undisguised astonishment. Mark Twain attended the exposition and spent considerable time at the Westinghouse exhibit, renewing his friendship with Tesla and participating in at least one demonstration. A famous photograph from this period, though its exact date and location are debated, shows Twain standing in Tesla's laboratory holding a glowing vacuum tube, his white hair wild, his expression a mixture of delight and mild alarm. The two men shared an understanding that transcended their different disciplines. Both were visionaries whose imaginations operated ahead of their eras. Both were better at creating than at profiting from their creations. Both would die with far less than they deserved. The Chicago Exposition ran for 6 months from May through October 1893. In that time, 27 million people passed through its gates, equivalent to roughly 40% of the entire United States population at the time. They rode the Ferris wheel. They ate the first hamburgers. They watched Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. They encountered electricity not as a curiosity or a luxury, but as the ambient medium of a new kind of civilization, woven into every building, every exhibit, every evening spectacle. And all of it, every lamp, every motor, every fountain and searchlight and glowing display, was powered by Tesla's alternating current system operating flawlessly over 6 months of continuous use, serving millions of visitors without a single fatality. The war of currents was effectively over. Edison would continue to resist alternating current for years, his stubbornness calcifying into a fixed position that increasingly isolated him from the profession he had done so much to create. But the argument was settled. The physics was settled. The economics was settled. And the public, having seen the White City blazing against the Chicago night, understood in their bones what no amount of electrocuted dogs could unsay. Alternating current was the future, and the future was magnificent. The victory at Chicago led directly to the prize that Tesla and Westinghouse had been pursuing since their partnership began, the contract to harness Niagara Falls. Niagara had been a dream of engineers for decades. The falls dropped roughly 167 feet with a flow rate that represented an almost incomprehensible quantity of potential energy. Energy that was every second of every day, being converted to noise and mist, and the slow erosion of rock. Harnessing even a fraction of that power would provide enough electricity to illuminate and industrialize the entire region. The question was how? A commission had been formed in 1890 to evaluate proposals for a Niagara Falls power station. The commission was international and serious, chaired by Lord Kelvin, the most eminent physicist in the British Empire, and including engineers and scientists from across Europe and America. They received proposals from every major electrical company in the world. They debated direct current versus alternating current. Lord Kelvin himself initially favored direct current. He was skeptical of alternating current's practical viability at industrial scale, and his authority carried enormous weight. The Chicago Exposition changed Kelvin's mind. After witnessing Tesla's polyphase system in operation at the fair, Kelvin reversed his position and endorsed alternating current for the Niagara project. The commission awarded the generating contract to Westinghouse using Tesla's polyphase system. General Electric, which had by this point quietly acquired alternating current technology of its own, was awarded the transmission line contract. The irony was not lost on Tesla. The company that had been founded on Edison's direct current philosophy would help build the infrastructure for the technology Edison had tried to destroy. Construction of the Niagara Falls power plant began in 1893 and took 2 years. The engineering challenges were immense. The generating station was built at the base of the falls, with water diverted through tunnels blasted from solid rock. The generators themselves were the largest alternating current machines ever built, massive devices weighing many tons each, designed to Tesla's polyphase specifications and manufactured at Westinghouse's Pittsburgh works. The entire project was, at the time, the most expensive and ambitious electrical engineering endeavor in history. On November 16, 1896, the switch was thrown, and alternating current from Niagara Falls began flowing to the city of Buffalo, 26 miles away. The distance was the point. 26 miles was a span that would have been impossible for direct current without intolerable losses. For alternating current, it was effortless. The power arrived in Buffalo clean, strong, and abundant, ready to light homes, drive streetcars, see and power the factories that would transform the city from a regional trading post into an industrial center. Tesla was present for a ceremonial banquet held to mark the occasion. He sat at the head table, acknowledged by Westinghouse and by the assembled dignitaries as the man whose inventions had made the project possible. In his remarks, Tesla spoke not of Niagara itself, but of the future that Niagara represented, a future in which electrical power generated at natural sources would be transmitted across vast distances to serve human needs wherever they arose. He spoke of harnessing waterfalls, tides, and wind. He spoke of wireless transmission of energy. He spoke, as he always did, not of what had been achieved, but of what was now possible. His vision already racing ahead of the celebration and into a future that his audience could not yet see. Niagara Falls was the apex. If Tesla's story were a simple narrative of invention and triumph, it would end here, or rather, it would settle into a long, prosperous denouement of continued innovation, growing wealth, and well-earned recognition. The alternating current system was proven. The patents were secure. The royalty agreement with Westinghouse guaranteed Tesla a fortune that would grow with every new power station built, every new factory electrified, every new city wired for the polyphase system that bore his intellectual fingerprints on every component. The royalties from the Westinghouse contract, calculated against the explosive growth of the American electrical industry in the late 1890s, it would have been worth approximately $12 million, a figure equivalent to several hundred million in current value. Tesla would have been, by any measure, one of the wealthiest men in America. Wealth on that scale would have meant laboratories, research staff, unlimited materials and equipment, the freedom to pursue every idea his extraordinary mind produced without ever needing to court investors, negotiate contracts, or justify his work to men who could not understand it. He never received a dollar of it. The story of how Tesla lost his Westinghouse royalties is the hinge on which his entire life turns, and it must be understood clearly because the consequences were not merely financial. They were existential. Every hardship Tesla suffered in his later years, the mounting debts, the abandoned laboratories, and the unfinished projects, the slow descent from celebrated genius to eccentric recluse, traces back to this single decision made in a moment of genuine moral courage that was also, in retrospect, an act of spectacular self-destruction. By the mid-1890s, the Westinghouse Electric Company was in severe financial difficulty. The war of currents had been expensive. The development of alternating current infrastructure required enormous capital investment. Westinghouse had taken on massive debt to fund the Niagara Project, the Chicago Exposition contract, and the expansion of his manufacturing capacity. And the royalty clause in Tesla's contract, $2.50 per horsepower, was becoming, as alternating current adoption accelerated, a financial burden that threatened to consume the company from within. Westinghouse's bankers delivered an ultimatum. The company's debt structure was unsustainable. To survive, Westinghouse needed to restructure, and the most significant restructuring required the elimination of Tesla's royalty agreement. The numbers were simple and merciless. If alternating current continued to grow at the current rate, Tesla's royalties would eventually exceed the company's entire profit margin. No bank would continue to finance a company whose most successful product generated a perpetual and exponentially growing obligation to a single individual. Westinghouse came to Tesla personally. He was honest about the situation of Pigeon. The company was in danger, the banks were demanding the royalties' elimination, and without restructuring, the Westinghouse Electric Company might not survive. If Westinghouse went under, the commercial infrastructure for alternating current would collapse. Edison's allies at General Electric would dominate the market. And while they had grudgingly adopted alternating current technology, they would do so on their own terms, with their own patents, and Tesla's role in the electrical revolution would be erased from the commercial record. Tesla listened. He understood the mathematics. He understood what Westinghouse was asking. Not a renegotiation, not a reduction, but the complete elimination of the royalty clause, the surrender of what was already worth millions and would eventually be worth tens of millions more. And he tore up the contract. He did not negotiate. He did not ask for a lump sum settlement or a reduced royalty or an equity stake in the company, nor any of the dozen arrangements that a competent financial advisor would have demanded as the minimum acceptable compromise. He simply destroyed the document that entitled him to a fortune and told Westinghouse that the technology mattered more than the money. The accounts of this meeting, primarily from O'Neill's biography, present the moment as one of noble self-sacrifice. And it was noble, genuinely and unmistakably. Tesla valued his inventions and their impact on civilization above personal wealth. He understood that Westinghouse had believed in him when no one else would, had gambled his own fortune on Tesla's vision, and was now facing ruin because of the very success of that vision. Tesla's decision was consistent with everything we know about his character. The man who saw machines more clearly than money, who lived in the luminous theater of his mind and regarded the material world as a crude and somewhat tedious approximation of intellectual truth. But nobility is not the same as wisdom, and the consequences of tearing up that contract would unfold across the remaining 46 years of Tesla's life, with a grinding, accumulating weight that no amount of moral satisfaction could relieve. Without the Westinghouse royalties, Tesla was dependent on investors, on lecture fees, on the uncertain and humiliating process of convincing wealthy men to fund projects they could not understand. Every laboratory he built would be built on borrowed money. Every experiment would be conducted under the shadow of financial anxiety. Every great idea would compete not just with technical obstacles, but with the question of who would pay for it. George Westinghouse survived. His company survived. The alternating current system survived and flourished. And Tesla, the man who had made it all possible, walked away from the negotiating table with his integrity intact and his financial future destroyed. It is worth pausing here to consider what $12 million in the late 1890s would have meant, not abstractly, but concretely, for the trajectory of Tesla's remaining work: the wireless transmission of energy, the experiments at Colorado Springs, the Wardenclyffe Tower project, the investigations into resonance and mechanical oscillation and high-frequency phenomena that occupied Tesla's middle years. All of these were conducted under conditions of chronic financial constraint, dependent on the patience of investors whose patience inevitably ran out. With independent wealth, Tesla could have built Wardenclyffe without J.P. Morgan's involvement. He could have continued his Colorado Springs experiments for years instead of months. He could have staffed a permanent laboratory with engineers capable of translating his mental designs into physical prototypes at the speed his mind demanded. The inventions that remained locked in Tesla's imagination, and there were many, some visionary, some impractical, some impossible to evaluate because they were never adequately tested, might have entered the physical world and been subjected to the verification they deserved. Instead, the second half of Tesla's career would be defined by a pattern as predictable as it was painful. A brilliant idea, a burst of frenzied work, a search for funding, a partial realization, and then quirta. When the money ran out or the investor lost confidence, abandonment. Over and over, for decade after decade, the same cycle. The greatest electrical mind of the age, reduced to pitching ideas to bankers, but that pattern was not yet established. In the late 1890s, riding the triumph of Chicago and Niagara, Tesla was at the height of his fame and at the peak of his creative powers. The alternating current battle was won. The royalties were gone, but the reputation was immense, and reputation in the New York of the Gilded Age could open doors that money alone could not. Tesla moved through the salons and dining rooms of the city's elite with an ease that surprised those who knew him only as a laboratory hermit. He was tall, immaculately dressed, spoke 8 languages, and possessed a conversational range that could shift from the mathematics of resonance to the poetry of Serbian epic ballads without apparent effort. He dined at Delmonico's. He attended the opera. He counted among his acquaintances not only Twain, but also architects, poets, diplomats, and the publisher Robert Underwood Johnson, whose home became one of Tesla's few genuine social refuges. And yet, even at the height of his social engagement, Tesla remained fundamentally solitary. He did not form romantic attachments. He never married. He never, as far as any evidence suggests, had a sexual relationship with anyone. He explained this absence in various ways at various times, sometimes suggesting that celibacy was necessary for creative focus, sometimes implying that human intimacy was simply incompatible with the kind of mind he possessed. The true explanation is probably simpler and sadder. Tesla's emotional architecture, shaped by the childhood wound of Dane's death, by the overwhelming intensity of his sensory experience, and by the absolute primacy of his interior mental life, simply did not include the circuitry for sustained human intimacy. He could charm a dinner party. He could maintain long friendships through correspondence and occasional visits, but the deep, daily, vulnerable closeness that romantic partnership requires, the willingness to be seen in one's weakness, to share the cluttered interior of an unfinished self, was beyond him. His machines were finished. His human self was not, and he knew it. And he protected the incompleteness by keeping everyone at a distance calibrated to prevent discovery. This solitude would matter more with each passing year. As the fame receded, and the money dwindled, and the world moved on to newer wonders. But in the late 1890s, it was still possible to mistake Tesla's isolation for the productive eccentricity of genius, and the world was still willing to watch when he turned his attention from the conquest of alternating current to something even more ambitious. He had electrified the world through wires. Now he intended to electrify it without them. The idea of wireless transmission of electrical energy was not new to Tesla. It had been implicit in his thinking since the Budapest revelation, a logical extension of the rotating magnetic field principle. If energy could be made to flow through the invisible medium of electromagnetic fields rather than through physical conductors, then the wires that currently connected every generator to every lamp and every motor were not necessities, but limitations. Remove the wires, and energy could be delivered anywhere. To ships at sea, to remote villages, to moving vehicles, to any point on the Earth's surface where a suitable receiver was positioned. It was a vision of breathtaking scope, and like all of Tesla's visions, it arrived in his mind not as a vague aspiration, but as a specific technical architecture. He saw transmitting stations, great towers topped with mushroom-shaped terminals, pumping electrical energy into the Earth itself, using the planet's natural conductivity to propagate power across continental distances. He saw receivers, tuned to the transmitter's frequency, drawing energy from the ground and the atmosphere without any physical connection to the source. He saw a world liberated from the tyranny of copper wire, a world in which electricity was as ubiquitous and as free as air. Whether this vision was physically achievable remains debated to this day. The principle of wireless energy transfer is sound. Tesla demonstrated it repeatedly at small scales, lighting lamps across rooms without wires, transmitting energy through the Earth across distances of several miles. But the efficiency of wireless energy transfer decreases dramatically with distance, and Tesla's belief that the Earth's natural resonant frequency could be exploited to transmit power globally, with minimal loss, was, at minimum, far ahead of any technology that could test it. At maximum, it may have been wrong. But in 1899, Tesla did not need to prove the global system. He needed to prove the principle. He needed a laboratory where he could work with voltages and frequencies far beyond anything available in New York, in conditions of space and isolation that allowed experiments on a scale no one had previously attempted. He needed Colorado Springs. The laboratory that Tesla built on the high prairie east of Colorado Springs was unlike anything the world had seen. It would become the site of experiments so dramatic, so dangerous, and so shrouded in Tesla's own mythologizing that separating fact from legend requires the care of a surgeon and the skepticism of a detective. What is certain is that in those mountains, alone with his machines and his visions, Tesla touched something that frightened the locals. He astonished the scientific community and may have pushed the boundaries of electrical science further than any single experimental program before or since. What is also certain is that the money was already running out. And the man who would control the next chapter of Tesla's life, the man whose name was synonymous with American financial power, whose decisions could build industries or destroy them, whose approval Tesla would spend years courting and never fully receiving him, was watching from New York with interest that would prove in the end to be far more limited than Tesla imagined. His name was John Pierpont Morgan, and he was not in the habit of tearing up contracts. Part 4. The Wizard of the Mountains. Colorado Springs in 1899 was a resort town of perhaps 25,000 people, always nestled at the foot of Pikes Peak in the high plains of central Colorado, 6,000 feet above sea level. The air was thin, dry, and electrically charged. The region was famous for its spectacular lightning storms, which rolled across the Front Range with a violence and frequency that made it one of the most electrically active landscapes in North America. This was not incidental to Tesla's choice. He had come to study lightning on its own terms in a place where the atmosphere itself crackled with the forces he intended to harness. Tesla arrived in May of 1899 with a small team of assistants and a letter of introduction from his friend Leonard Curtis, a patent attorney who had connections in Colorado Springs and who helped secure both land and cooperation from the local Colorado Springs Electric Company, which agreed to provide free electricity for Tesla's experiments. The arrangement was generous, but not entirely selfless. The power company understood that hosting the world's most famous electrical inventor would bring attention and prestige to the region. They did not fully understand what Tesla intended to do with their electricity. The laboratory was constructed on a plot of open prairie east of town, near the present-day intersection of Kiowa Street and Foote Avenue. Tesla designed the building himself, and its appearance announced its purpose with an almost theatrical directness. It was a barn-like wooden structure, roughly 50 feet by 60 feet, with walls that could be rolled open to allow the discharge of electrical energy into the surrounding air. Rising from the center of the roof was a wooden tower, and atop the tower stood a copper ball nearly 3 feet in diameter, mounted on a telescoping mast that could extend to a height of 142 feet. The entire structure was surrounded by a fence bearing signs that read in large letters, "Keep out. Great danger." The neighbors were uneasy. The townspeople had welcomed Tesla with curiosity and civic pride. He was, after all, the most famous scientist in the world, and his presence in their small city was flattering. But the laboratory, with its ominous warnings and its strange tower and the occasional sounds of electrical discharge that could be heard from blocks away, introduced a note of anxiety that deepened as the experiments progressed. Inside the laboratory, Tesla had assembled what was, at that time, the most powerful electrical apparatus ever constructed by human hands. At the heart of the system was a massive Tesla coil, the resonant transformer that Tesla had invented and patented in the early 1890s, which could amplify electrical voltages to extraordinary levels through the principle of resonance. The Colorado Springs coil was of a scale that dwarfed anything he had built before. Its primary coil was a fence-like structure of heavy copper wire, 75 feet in diameter, circling the interior of the laboratory at waist height. The secondary coil rose from the center of the room, connected to the mast that extended through the roof and terminated in the copper ball. The entire apparatus was designed to resonate at frequencies that would produce voltages measured not in thousands, but in millions of volts. Electrical pressures that existed at that time only in thunderclouds. Tesla began his experiments in June, working primarily at night when the local demand for electricity was lowest and the power company could provide the enormous currents his apparatus required. The nighttime schedule also served a practical purpose. The electrical discharges produced by the coil were visible in darkness, and Tesla needed to observe their behavior, their reach, their interaction with the atmosphere and the ground. The first experiments were cautious, at least by Tesla's standards. He increased the power gradually, observing the behavior of the coil as the voltages climbed, measuring the resonant frequencies of his apparatus and tuning the system with the precision of a musician adjusting an instrument. His assistant Coleman Cito, a skilled machinist who had worked with Tesla in New York and who was one of the few men Tesla trusted with the operation of his equipment, helped manage the physical apparatus while Tesla directed from behind a wooden partition, a necessary precaution, since the voltages involved would kill instantly on contact. What Tesla observed during those early experiments confirmed his theoretical predictions and exceeded his expectations. The coil, when properly tuned to its resonant frequency, produced electrical discharges of unprecedented power and beauty. Arcs of artificial lightning leaped from the copper ball atop the mast, reaching lengths of over 100 feet. Bolts of electricity created by human agency that rivaled the natural lightning of the Colorado storms. The crack of the discharges could be heard in the town of Cripple Creek, 15 miles away. Horses in nearby fields bolted in panic. Butterflies caught in the electromagnetic field surrounding the laboratory were observed flying in disoriented circles, their wings trailing faint halos of St. Elmo's fire. Tesla kept meticulous notes during the Colorado Springs period, and these notebooks, published in 1978 by the Nikola Tesla Museum in Belgrade, provide an unusually detailed record of his working methods. The entries reveal a mind operating at the intersection of rigorous measurement and almost mystical intuition. Tesla recorded precise readings of voltage, current, frequency, and discharge length alongside observations that read more like poetry than engineering. Descriptions of the singing of the coil, the breathing of the electrical field, the way the discharges seemed to reach toward the sky with what he described as deliberate intention. One experiment in particular has entered the mythology of Colorado Springs and must be examined with care because it illustrates both the extraordinary reach of Tesla's work and the difficulty of separating his genuine achievements from his own tendency toward dramatic self-presentation. Tesla claimed that during his experiments he detected regular electrical signals that he believed originated from an extraterrestrial source, possibly Mars. He described hearing through his receiving equipment a series of rhythmic pulses that he could not attribute to any terrestrial source, and he interpreted these pulses as evidence of intelligent communication from another planet. He announced this conclusion publicly, and the announcement generated enormous attention, not all of it respectful. The scientific community was skeptical. Journalists were fascinated. The public was uncertain whether the great wizard of electricity had made the discovery of the millennium or had simply lost his mind. Modern analysis suggests that Tesla may have been detecting natural radio emissions from Jupiter, or possibly interference from Guglielmo Marconi's early radio experiments, which were beginning to produce detectable signals across significant distances. Tesla's receiving equipment was sensitive enough to pick up such signals, and his unfamiliarity with naturally occurring radio phenomena, the field was in its infancy, could account for his misinterpretation. The extraterrestrial signal claim was almost certainly wrong. But the underlying achievement, the construction of equipment sensitive enough to detect weak radio signals from enormous distances, was real and significant, even if Tesla drew the wrong conclusion from it. The Colorado Springs experiments reached their climax and their most destructive moment sometime in the late summer of 1899 during a full-power test of the magnifying transmitter, which was Tesla's term for the massive coil system operating at its maximum output. Tesla stood behind his protective barrier and gave the order to close the main switch. Zito complied. The primary coil began to hum, the sound rising in pitch and volume as the resonant frequency built. The secondary coil responded, the voltage climbing in enormous surges as each oscillation added energy to the system. The copper ball atop the mast began to glow, then to emit short streamers of electrical discharge, then to throw off arcs of increasing length and violence. Within seconds, the discharges had grown to dimensions that even Tesla had not anticipated. Bolts of artificial lightning over 130 feet long, the crack of their passage through the air producing a continuous thunder that rattled windows in Colorado Springs and caused dogs to howl throughout the town. The laboratory was consumed in an electrical storm of its own creation. Blue and violet light filled the interior. The smell of ozone was suffocating. Every metal surface sparked. The noise was beyond description. Not a single sound, but a layered assault of cracking, buzzing, and roaring that overwhelmed the ears and vibrated in the chest cavity. Tesla, watching from behind his barrier, was simultaneously exhilarated and alarmed. The system was performing beyond his calculations. The discharges were longer, more powerful, and more sustained than his mental models had predicted, which meant either that his models were wrong or that the system was drawing energy from a source he had not fully accounted for. Then the discharges stopped. The copper ball went dark. The humming of the coils died. Silence fell over the laboratory, a silence that seemed, after the preceding cacophony, almost physical in its weight. Tesla immediately understood what had happened. He telephoned the Colorado Springs Electric Company. The power company confirmed what he suspected. The generator at the power station had been destroyed. Tesla's apparatus, drawing current at a rate that exceeded the station's capacity, had set fire to the generator and knocked out electrical service to the entire town of Colorado Springs. The townspeople were not pleased. Tesla, who possessed considerable personal charm when he chose to deploy it, managed to smooth relations with the power company and arrange for the generator to be repaired at his own expense. Electrical service was restored within a few days. But the incident established a pattern that would recur throughout Tesla's later career. Experiments of extraordinary ambition conducted with inadequate infrastructure and insufficient financial reserves, producing moments of genuine breakthrough followed by practical collapse. The 8 months Tesla spent in Colorado Springs were, in many respects, the last period of sustained, productive experimental work in his career. He accomplished genuine and significant things. He demonstrated the generation of electrical voltages in the millions, a capability that had no precedent. He confirmed the principle of Earth resonance, the idea that the planet itself could serve as a conductor for electrical energy, vibrating at specific frequencies that could be excited and exploited by sufficiently powerful transmitters. He conducted experiments in wireless energy transmission over distances of several miles, lighting banks of lamps positioned far from the laboratory without any physical connection. He refined his understanding of high-frequency phenomena, generating insights about resonance, standing waves, and electrical oscillation that would inform electrical engineering for decades. But he also began, during the Colorado Springs period, to make claims that outpaced his evidence. The extraterrestrial signals were one example. Another was his growing conviction that wireless energy transmission could be achieved on a global scale, that a single transmitting station, sufficiently powerful and properly tuned, could deliver electrical energy to any point on the Earth's surface with negligible loss. This conviction was not mere speculation. It was grounded in his observations of Earth resonance and in mathematical models that he had worked out in considerable detail. But the gap between demonstrating wireless energy transfer across a few miles of Colorado prairie and achieving it across continents and oceans was vast, and Tesla's certainty that the gap could be bridged rested on theoretical extrapolations that he never subjected to rigorous independent verification. This is the essential tragedy of Tesla's intellectual method, and it becomes visible for the first time at Colorado Springs. The same mental architecture that allowed him to design perfect machines in his imagination. The same ability to simulate, test, and refine without physical prototyping also allowed him to convince himself that a system worked at global scale because it worked at laboratory scale in his mind. For the alternating current motor, the mental simulation had been correct, and the physical device had performed exactly as predicted. The method was validated. But the alternating current motor was a closed system, a discrete machine with a finite number of variables, all of which Tesla could hold in his mind simultaneously. The wireless transmission of energy through the Earth was an open system, one that involved the entire planet, its atmosphere, its electromagnetic environment, and variables so numerous and interconnected that no single mind, however extraordinary, could model them with the precision that Tesla's method required. Tesla did not see this distinction. Or rather, he saw it and dismissed it because his entire life's experience had taught him that his mental models were reliable, that the physical world behaved as his simulations predicted, and that the only obstacles to realization were material, money, equipment, time, not conceptual. This confidence had been his greatest strength. At Colorado Springs, it began to become his greatest vulnerability. He left Colorado in January 1900, returning to New York with notebooks full of data, a head full of plans, and a conviction that he was on the verge of the most transformative achievement in human history, a system of wireless energy transmission that would make the wired electrical grid he had already given the world look primitive by comparison. He needed only one thing to make it real. He needed money, a great deal of money. And in turn of the century New York, there was one man who had more money than anyone else, whose name alone could open the vaults of American capital, and whose interest in a project could transform it overnight from a speculative venture into an inevitability. John Pierpont Morgan was, in the year 1900, the most powerful private citizen in the United States and arguably the most powerful financier in the world. The term robber baron is often applied carelessly to the industrial magnates of the Gilded Age, but Morgan was something more precise and more formidable than a mere accumulator of wealth. He was the architect of the American financial system itself, the man who had personally organized the restructuring of the nation's railroads, who had bailed out the United States Treasury during the gold crisis of 1895, and who would, within the decade, single-handedly halt the panic of 1907 by locking the country's leading bankers in his private library and refusing to let them leave until they agreed to pool their resources. He was not a man who gave money to dreamers. He was a man who invested in certainties, who demanded control over the ventures he funded, and who regarded the distinction between a visionary and a fool as a matter of balance sheets rather than inspiration. Morgan was also beneath the fearsome exterior, the enormous nose, disfigured by rhinophyma, that he refused to allow photographers to capture in its full severity, the piercing eyes that reportedly made grown men flinch, a man of genuine intellectual curiosity. He collected art and rare books with an educated eye. He funded scientific expeditions. He had been among the first private citizens in New York to have his home wired for electricity, and the installation had been supervised by Edison personally. Morgan understood technology's power to transform industries, and he was willing to invest in transformation provided the investment came with adequate control and a clear path to returns. Tesla approached Morgan in late 1900, armed with the Colorado Springs data and a proposal of intoxicating ambition. He wanted to build a wireless transmission station, a facility capable of transmitting not only electrical energy but also information, including text, images, and voice across the Atlantic Ocean and eventually around the world. The station would be the prototype for a global wireless communication and power distribution network, the first node in a system that would, Tesla believed, render wired telegraphy, wired telephony, and even the wired electrical grid obsolete. The proposal was, in its essence, a description of the modern world. Wireless communication, wireless data transmission, wireless energy. Tesla was describing in 1900 Yeah, a technological infrastructure that would not begin to be realized until the late 20th century, and that remains, in the energy transmission dimension, unrealized to this day. He was 100 years early, and he was asking J.P. Morgan to fund the future. Morgan listened. He examined Tesla's credentials, which were impeccable. The man had, after all, invented the electrical system that powered Morgan's own home. He considered the commercial potential of wireless communication, which was real and immediate. Marconi was already demonstrating transatlantic wireless telegraphy, and the market for ship-to-shore communication alone was worth millions. And he made a decision that was, by Morgan standards, cautiously generous. Morgan invested $150,000 in Tesla's project, a substantial sum, equivalent to roughly $5 million in current value, but far less than what Tesla had requested and far less than what the project would ultimately require. In exchange, Morgan received a 51% ownership stake in Tesla's wireless patents. The terms were Morgan's terms, and they gave the financier effective control over the commercial exploitation of whatever Tesla produced. Tesla accepted. He had no leverage to negotiate. His Westinghouse royalties were gone, his savings were depleted, and no other investor of Morgan's stature was available. The $150,000 was not enough, and Tesla almost certainly knew it was not enough, but it was enough to begin. And Tesla's nature was to begin and trust that the momentum of his work would attract the additional resources he needed. He chose a site on Long Island, near the village of Shoreham, about 60 miles east of Manhattan. He hired the architect Stanford White, the most celebrated architect in America, famous for designing Madison Square Garden and a constellation of Gilded Age mansion, Bures, to design the facility. And he began construction of the structure that would become the most visible symbol of his ambition, his genius, and his failure. They called it Wardenclyffe. The Wardenclyffe Tower rose from the flat, sandy landscape of Long Island's North Shore like an artifact from a future that had not yet decided whether to arrive. The tower itself was a lattice of wooden beams and steel bolts, 187 feet tall, topped by a hemispherical copper dome, the mushroom-shaped terminal that Tesla had envisioned as the radiating element of his wireless transmission system. Beneath the tower, and invisible to visitors, Tesla had designed an elaborate system of underground tunnels and shafts driven deep into the earth through which he intended to inject electrical energy into the ground itself, exploiting the planet's conductivity to propagate power across global distances. The laboratory building, designed by White with his characteristic elegance, was a handsome brick structure that housed the electrical equipment, the workshops, and Tesla's private office. It was equipped with the most advanced instruments available, and Tesla filled it with the apparatus he had developed in Colorado Springs, scaled up for the greater ambitions of the Wardenclyffe project. Construction began in 1901 and proceeded with agonizing slowness because the money was insufficient from the start. Tesla had budgeted optimistically upper seeing, a chronic condition, and the actual costs of construction equipment and staffing exceeded his estimates almost immediately. He wrote to Morgan requesting additional funds. Morgan declined. Tesla wrote again, explaining that the project's scope had expanded, that the potential returns were even greater than originally projected, that the system could transmit not only signals but power, not only across the Atlantic but around the world. Morgan declined again. His investment was fixed. His interest was in wireless telegraphy, a proven concept with clear commercial value. Tesla's escalating vision, wireless power, global transmission, free energy for all humanity, sounded to Morgan less like engineering and more like prophecy, and Morgan did not invest in profits. The relationship between Tesla and Morgan during the Wardenclyffe years is preserved in their correspondence, and the letters reveal a dynamic that is painful to read. Tesla's letters grow progressively more urgent, more grandiose, and more desperate. He writes of inventions that will revolutionize warfare, of energy systems that will end poverty, of communication networks that will unite the human race. The language becomes increasingly abstract, increasingly untethered from the specific, demonstrable engineering that had made his alternating current work so convincing. He is no longer describing machines. He is describing a world. And the shift from engineer to visionary, from builder to dreamer, is audible in every paragraph. Morgan's replies, when they come at all, are brief and final. He has made his investment. He will not increase it. He wishes Tesla well. The subtext is clear. Morgan has concluded that the project is not going to produce a return, and Morgan does not sustain investments that do not produce returns. The courtesy of his replies masks a decision that was probably made quite early. Wardenclyffe was a loss, and Morgan was writing it off. The timing was catastrophic. In December 1901, while Wardenclyffe's tower was still under construction, Guglielmo Marconi successfully transmitted a wireless telegraph signal across the Atlantic Ocean, from Cornwall to Newfoundland. The achievement was front-page news around the world. Marconi became an instant celebrity, the man who had conquered the Atlantic with radio waves. Investors who might have funded Tesla's wireless work now flocked to Marconi, whose system was simpler, cheaper, and already demonstrated. The market for wireless telegraphy, which Tesla had hoped to dominate with his more ambitious system, was being claimed by a rival whose technology was less elegant but more immediately practical. Tesla was furious. He believed, with considerable justification, that Marconi's radio technology was based on patents that Tesla had filed first. Tesla had demonstrated radio transmission as early as 1893, and his fundamental radio patents predated Marconi's work. The United States Patent Office would eventually vindicate Tesla on this point, ruling in 1943, months after Tesla's death, that Tesla's radio patents had priority over Marconi's. But in 1901, the legal vindication was decades away, and the commercial reality was that Marconi had the working system, the public attention, and the investment capital. While Tesla had an unfinished tower on Long Island and a benefactor who had stopped returning his letters. Tesla continued to work on Wardenclyffe through 1902, 1903, and into 1904, but the project was dying. The funds were exhausted. The workers were unpaid. The equipment was incomplete. The tower stood against the Long Island sky, its copper dome gleaming in the sun, a monument to an idea that had outgrown its resources. There were moments of activity. Tesla conducted tests, transmitting energy through the earth, measuring resonant frequencies, refining his apparatus. Locals reported strange phenomena, lights in the sky above the tower, rumbling sounds from beneath the ground, birds that refused to fly near the facility. Some of these reports were probably accurate. Tesla was working with enormous electrical energies, and the discharge effects would have been visible and audible at considerable distances. Others may have been the product of a community's nervous imagination, fed by the secrecy with which Tesla surrounded his work, and by the growing reputation of the tower as a place where something dangerous and incomprehensible was happening. Tesla himself, during these years, exhibited the symptoms of a man under enormous psychological strain. His compulsive behaviors, which had been present since childhood but had been manageable during periods of productive work, intensified. He became obsessed with the number 3, requiring that he walk around a building 3 times before entering it, that he use exactly 18 napkins at dinner, a number divisible by 3, that his hotel room number be divisible by 3. He washed his hands compulsively. He could not touch another person's hair. He recoiled from pearl jewelry with an aversion so intense it appeared physical. He demanded that the surfaces around him be spotless, inspecting his silverware and his glassware with a scrutiny that waiters found bewildering and sometimes offensive. These behaviors were not new, but their intensity was escalating, and the escalation tracked with grim precision the trajectory of his professional fortunes. When Tesla was productive, when his mental models were being realized in physical form, when the engines of his imagination were running and the world was responding, the compulsions retreated to manageable eccentricity. When the work stalled, when the money dried up, when the investors lost interest, when the gap between vision and reality widened beyond the reach of his extraordinary mind, the compulsions surged forward, filling the space that productive work had vacated, imposing order on a life that was sliding toward chaos. His daily routines became increasingly rigid. He rose at the same hour. He walked the same routes. He ate at the same restaurants, at the same tables, ordering meals calculated with mathematical precision to provide exactly the caloric intake he had determined was optimal. He worked alone, increasingly unwilling to delegate or collaborate, his distrust of other minds' ability to execute his visions hardening into a near-total isolation that he justified as necessary for concentration, but that looked to those who cared about him like the walls of a fortress being reinforced against a siege that was coming from within. In 1905, Tesla's funding was definitively exhausted. Wardenclyffe was abandoned, not demolished, not repurposed, simply left. The tower stood empty, the laboratory building locked, the equipment rusting. Tesla moved back to Manhattan, took rooms at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and began the long, slow process of trying to find new backers for projects that grew more ambitious and less realizable with each passing year. Morgan died in 1913. Whatever slim hope Tesla had retained that the financier might reverse his decision and resume funding died with him. Morgan's son, J.P. Morgan Jr., inherited his father's fortune and his father's wariness of Tesla. When Tesla approached the younger Morgan with proposals, the responses were polite refusals that carried the unmistakable subtext of a family that had learned its lesson. In 1917, the Wardenclyffe Tower was demolished. The United States had entered the First World War, and the government determined that the tower might be used by German agents as a landmark or possibly, as a communications facility. The demolition was carried out with explosives, and the tower, Tesla's tower, the structure that was supposed to be the first node in a global wireless energy network, the physical embodiment of his most ambitious vision, collapsed into a pile of wood and metal and dust on the Long Island sand. Tesla was 51 when Wardenclyffe was abandoned. He was 61 when the tower was destroyed. He would live another 26 years. He would never build anything of comparable scale again. The great experimental period of his life, the period of the alternating current motor, the Tesla coil, the Colorado Springs laboratory, the Wardenclyffe transmitter, was over. Well, what remained was the longest and most painful chapter of his story, the slow diminishment of a man whose mind never stopped working, but whose capacity to translate mental invention into physical reality had been permanently broken by the loss of the resources that translation required. The machines continued to rotate in the theater behind his eyes. The designs continued to accumulate, each one more ambitious than the last, each one further removed from any possibility of realization. Tesla saw turbines of revolutionary efficiency. He saw vertical takeoff aircraft. He saw devices for transmitting energy to any point on the globe. He saw systems for harnessing the mechanical energy of ocean waves. He saw, with increasing frequency and conviction, in weapons of such destructive power that they would render war impossible, a concept he called the peace beam, which the newspapers would rename, with their characteristic preference for drama over accuracy, the death ray. All of it remained in his mind. None of it reached the world. And the mind itself, magnificent and terrible in its intensity, began to turn inward, feeding on its own creations, cycling through visions that grew grander as the resources to realize them shrank, until the gap between Tesla's inner world and his outer circumstances became a chasm that no bridge of money or reputation or human connection could span. In the lobby of the Waldorf Astoria, in the dining rooms of Delmonico's, in the offices of editors and patent attorneys, and the dwindling circle of acquaintances who still believed in his genius, Tesla continued to present himself with the immaculate formality that had always been his armor. The suits were still perfectly tailored, though their cost was increasingly borne by credit. The conversation was still brilliant, though its subjects were increasingly untethered from anything his listeners could verify. The dark eyes still burned with the intensity that had struck every person who ever met him. But behind the eyes, behind the armor, behind the meticulous routines and the compulsive rituals and the carefully maintained facade of the great inventor, something was changing. The world Tesla inhabited was becoming less and less the world that everyone else could see, and more the luminous, terrible, solitary theater of his own mind. The next chapter of Tesla's story does not take place in a laboratory or at a lectern or on the floor of a World's Fair. It takes place in a series of hotel rooms in Midtown Manhattan over a period of nearly 3 decades, as the 20th century roars forward on the alternating current that Tesla gave it and leaves its creator behind, counting his napkins, feeding his pigeons, and dreaming of machines that will never be built. Part 5. The Long Diminishment. The 20th century arrived like a machine Tesla had designed but could no longer operate. The electrical grid he had invented hummed beneath the streets of every major city in America. Alternating current powered the factories that built the automobiles, the radios, the telephones, the motion picture projectors, all the artifacts of a modernity that was accelerating away from him with each passing year. His fingerprints were on the foundation of the world, and the world had stopped looking down. Tesla moved through Manhattan's hotel landscape like a ghost in an immaculate suit. After leaving the Waldorf Astoria, owing a substantial bill that he settled by surrendering to the hotel the trunk containing his earliest and most valuable patents, a transaction that would haunt historians for decades, he migrated to the Hotel Marguerite, then to the Hotel Pennsylvania, then to the St. Regis, then to the Hotel Governor Clinton, each move accompanied by a careful negotiation of debts and a careful preservation of the appearance that nothing was wrong. The hotels tolerated him because his name still carried a residual prestige, because he was quiet, because he tipped well when he could, and because the spectacle of evicting Nikola Tesla, the man who had lit the White City, who had tamed Niagara, whose name still appeared in newspapers with some regularity, was a publicity no hotel manager wanted. His daily routines in these years hardened from habit into ritual, from ritual into compulsion, and from compulsion into something that resembled the liturgical structure of a private religion. He rose each day at precisely the same hour. He dressed with the same meticulous care that had always characterized his appearance. The dark suit, the silk tie, the white shirt of flawless cleanliness, the tall collar that framed his increasingly gaunt face. He walked to his office, which he maintained at various addresses in Midtown, always alone, always along the same route, counting his steps. If the count was wrong, if he arrived at a doorway on a number that was not divisible by 3, he would circle the block and approach again and again and again until the mathematics aligned and the door could be entered. He ate his meals at the same restaurants, at the same tables, at Delmonico's, and later at the Hotel New Yorker's dining room. He would calculate the cubic volume of each dish before eating it, a computation he performed silently and with evident satisfaction, as though the act of reducing food to geometry made it more tractable. He used exactly 18 napkins at each meal, stacking them in a precise arrangement, using each one to polish a different piece of silverware or glassware before it could touch his lips. Waiters who had served him for years knew the routine and prepared for it without comment. New waiters were briefed in advance, and those who failed to provide the correct number of napkins or who committed the error of placing a dish before Tesla had completed his calculations received a look of such concentrated displeasure that they rarely made the mistake twice. These behaviors were not affectations. They were not the charming eccentricities of a famous mind. They were the visible symptoms of a psychological architecture under extraordinary stress, a mind whose primary mechanism for managing the chaos of the external world had always been the imposition of mathematical order, and which was now, deprived of the productive outlet that laboratory work had provided, imposing that order on the only domain still available, the daily management of its own existence. The napkins were not about cleanliness. They were about control. The step counting was not about exercise. It was about the maintenance of a pattern in a life that had lost its larger pattern. The The cubic volume calculations were not about nutrition, they were about the desperate, continuous reassurance that the world still behaved according to rules, that reality still submitted to mathematics, that the mind which had once designed the electrical future of civilization was still capable of governing something, even if that something had shrunk to the dimensions of a dinner plate. The compulsions were accompanied by phobias that intensified with age. Tesla could not tolerate the sight of pearls. If a woman wearing pearl jewelry approached his table, he would ask her to leave his vicinity, or he would leave himself, his face drained of color, his hands trembling slightly. He could not touch human hair. The thought of round objects, in particularly billiard balls, produced a revulsion he could not explain and did not attempt to. He avoided handshakes whenever possible, a social difficulty in an era when the handshake was the fundamental gesture of masculine greeting. And when he could not avoid them, he washed his hands immediately afterward with an urgency that suggested not fastidiousness, but genuine distress. Robert Underwood Johnson, the Century magazine editor who remained one of Tesla's closest friends through these years, he observed the intensification of these behaviors with growing concern. Johnson's letters to Tesla during this period, preserved in the Library of Congress, blend affection with careful, coded worry. He invites Tesla to dinners and weekends at his country home, framing the invitations as social pleasantries while clearly attempting to draw his friend out of the increasingly narrow orbit of his hotel office restaurant circuit. Tesla sometimes accepted, and Johnson's accounts of these visits reveal a man who could still, in the right setting, deploy the conversational brilliance and personal magnetism that had once made him the most sought-after dinner guest in New York. But the visits grew less frequent, the letters grew more difficult to answer, and the man who arrived at the Johnsons' door looked each time a little thinner, a little more formal, a little more encased in the protective carapace of his routines. The financial situation was not merely difficult, it was, by any conventional measure, disastrous, and yet Tesla navigated it with a combination of denial, charm, and what can only be called a genius for survival that rivaled his engineering talents. He had no savings. The Westinghouse royalties were gone. The Wardenclyffe investment was a total loss. His patents, once the most valuable portfolio in the electrical industry, had mostly expired, and those that remained generated minimal licensing income. He owed money to hotels, to restaurants, to assistants, to creditors of every description. He received a modest pension from the Yugoslav government and occasional consulting fees, but these were wholly inadequate to support his lifestyle, which, though far reduced from the grandeur of his Delmonico's years, still involved hotel residence, daily restaurant meals, an office, and the maintenance of an appearance that admitted no financial distress. His method of managing debt was, in its own way, as inventive as his engineering. He moved from hotel to hotel, settling old bills with new credit, leveraging his fame to secure accommodations that a more anonymous debtor would never have obtained. He offered patents as collateral, signing over rights to inventions of uncertain value in exchange for the cancellation of bills he could not pay. He accepted gifts from admirers. George Westinghouse, before his death in 1914, quietly arranged for Westinghouse Electric to pay Tesla a consulting fee that was, in substance, a pension of dignity, recognition that the company owed its existence to the man it was supporting. After Westinghouse's death, the company continued the arrangement, but at a reduced level that reflected corporate rather than personal obligation. Tesla also received, beginning in the early 1930s, a monthly stipend from a fund organized by several of his admirers, including Kenneth Sweezy, the young science writer who had attached himself to Tesla with a devotion that combined journalistic interest with genuine filial affection. Sweezy coordinated birthday celebrations for Tesla, organized testimonial events, and worked quietly behind the scenes to ensure that the old inventor had enough to eat and a place to sleep. The stipend was not large, perhaps $75 to $100 per month, but it was steady. And it represented something that mattered to Tesla perhaps more than the money itself. Evidence that someone still cared, that the world had not entirely forgotten. Tesla's relationship with Sweezy offers a window into the paradox of his social isolation. Tesla was not friendless. He was not unloved. Even in his most reclusive years, there were people who sought him out, who valued his company, who recognized the greatness that still burned beneath the eccentricity and the compulsions. Sweezy was one. Hugo Gernsback, the publisher of science fiction magazines and a passionate advocate for Tesla's legacy, was another. Several Yugoslav diplomats and intellectuals maintained contact with Tesla, regarding him as a national treasure, even if the nation in question could not agree on its own borders. A journalist sought him out for his annual birthday interviews, which Tesla granted with the understanding that they would be reported in full and without editorial mockery, a condition that was not always honored. But these connections, real as they were, operated at a distance that Tesla carefully maintained. Sweezy came to the hotel. They talked. Tesla was warm, even expansive, sharing memories and ideas with an openness that delighted the young man. And then Sweezy left, and Tesla was alone again. And the door closed and the routines resumed, and the space between the inventor and the world reasserted itself with the quiet finality of a circuit being opened. The solitude was not passive. It was constructed, maintained, and defended with the same engineering precision that Tesla brought to everything. He did not drift into isolation. He built it, wall by wall, routine by routine, refusal by refusal, until the structure was complete and he was sealed inside it, safe from the unpredictability of human contact, but also cut off from the sustenance that human contact provides. And yet the mind continued to work. This is the fact that must be held alongside the image of the reclusive old man with his napkins and his phobias, because without it, the final decades of Tesla's life collapse into a simple narrative of decline. And the truth is more complicated and more interesting than decline. Tesla's mind did not deteriorate. It did not slow. It did not lose its capacity for original thought or its ability to conceive mechanical and electrical systems of extraordinary sophistication. What it lost was the tether that connected its products to physical reality, the feedback loop of laboratory work, of building and testing and refining, that had kept Tesla's mental inventions grounded in material possibility during his productive years. Without that tether, the mind continued to generate inventions at its accustomed rate. But the inventions floated free, untested, unverified, increasingly ambitious, and increasingly difficult for anyone, including Tesla himself, to evaluate objectively. Were they brilliant? Some of them, almost certainly. Were they practical? Some of them possibly. Were they physically realizable? No one could say, because no one, least of all Tesla, had the resources to build them. The bladeless turbine was one of the ideas that did receive partial development. Tesla had conceived it before Wardenclyffe and continued to refine it in the years after. The concept was elegant, a turbine that used smooth, closely spaced disks instead of conventional blades, exploiting the boundary layer effect of fluid dynamics to extract energy from steam or gas with remarkable efficiency. Tesla built prototypes. He tested them. The results were promising at small scales. The turbine achieved efficiencies that conventional bladed turbines could not match. But scaling the design to industrial size introduced problems that Tesla's mental models had not fully predicted. Material limitations, thermal expansion issues, the behavior of high-temperature gases at the boundaries of closely spaced disks. And without the funding to conduct extended testing and iterative refinement, the turbine remained a demonstration rather than a product. Tesla patented the bladeless turbine in 1913, and the patent attracted some commercial interest, but no manufacturer committed to large-scale production. The design's elegance was its commercial weakness. It was too different from existing turbine technology, requiring manufacturing techniques and operational procedures that the industry was not prepared to adopt. A century later, the Tesla turbine would find niche applications in situations where its unique characteristics, only low maintenance, tolerance for contaminated fluids, compact size, offered specific advantages. But in Tesla's lifetime, it joined the growing catalog of inventions that were ahead of their time and therefore, in practical terms, out of time entirely. More troubling were the ideas that Tesla announced publicly, but never demonstrated and never published in sufficient detail for independent evaluation. The Teleforce weapon, the so-called death ray, was the most famous of these. Tesla described it in interviews beginning in the 1930s as a charged particle beam weapon capable of destroying aircraft at a distance of 200 miles, rendering any nation that possessed it immune to aerial attack and therefore, in Tesla's logic, making war obsolete. The strategic reasoning was sincere. Tesla genuinely believed that a defensive weapon of sufficient power would eliminate the incentive for aggression, a concept that would later be known as mutual assured destruction, though Tesla envisioned it as unilateral defense rather than mutual annihilation. The technical description of the Teleforce weapon, as Tesla presented it in various interviews and in a paper he circulated to several governments in the late 1930s, involved an open vacuum tube capable of projecting a beam of microscopic particles at enormous velocity. The physics was not inherently absurd. Charged particle accelerators were already in development in the 1930s, and the principle of using accelerated particles as a destructive mechanism was sound. But the specific claims Tesla made, the range, the power, the compactness of the device, exceeded anything that particle physics could support at the time, or, for that matter, for decades afterward. Tesla offered the weapon to the United States government, to the British government, to the Yugoslav government, and to the Soviet Union. None of them committed to development, so though the Soviet Union reportedly paid Tesla $25,000 for a partial technical description, a transaction that, if it occurred, may explain the Office of Alien Property's intense interest in Tesla's papers after his death. The other governments evaluated Tesla's claims and concluded correctly that the device as described could not be built with existing technology, and that Tesla's refusal to provide complete technical specifications made independent assessment impossible. The death ray became, in the public imagination, the definitive symbol of Tesla's later years, the proof, depending on one's sympathies, that his genius had curdled into delusion, or that his most revolutionary ideas had been suppressed by governments and corporations threatened by their implications. Neither interpretation captures the truth, which was simpler and sadder. Tesla had an idea that was conceptually interesting, possibly prescient, and wholly beyond the reach of his or anyone else's ability to realize. And he promoted it with a desperation that reflected not scientific confidence, but financial need. The death ray was, among other things, a funding pitch, an attempt to attract government investment that would keep Tesla's laboratory operational and his hotel bills paid. The pigeons were something else entirely. Tesla's relationship with pigeons began unremarkably. He had fed the birds in Bryant Park and other Manhattan parks for years, a common enough pastime for solitary older men in the city, and one that attracted no particular attention. But sometime in the late 1920s or early 1930s, the feeding of pigeons evolved from a casual habit into a consuming devotion that occupied hours of every day and that became, for those who witnessed it, the most visible and most troubling sign that Tesla's inner world had departed decisively from the one the rest of humanity inhabited. He fed them in the parks. He fed them on the windowsills of his hotel rooms. He brought injured birds back to his room and nursed them with a tenderness and attentiveness that he had never, in the memory of anyone who knew him, extended to a human being. He paid Western Union messengers to locate and bring him specific birds that he recognized individually. He spent money he did not have on birdseed. Hotel managers who had already accommodated his compulsions and his debts. He now had to accommodate the additional indignity of pigeon droppings on their windowsills and feathers on their carpets. But there was one pigeon, one specific bird, that Tesla elevated from the category of pet to something far more intense and far more revealing. She was a white pigeon, a female, with light gray tips on her wings. Tesla described her in terms that left no room for metaphorical interpretation. He told John O'Neill, his biographer, that he loved this pigeon as a man loves a woman. He said that as long as he had her, there was purpose in his life. He said that she came to him one night, flew to his hotel window and perched there, and that when he looked into her eyes, he saw a powerful light, brighter than anything he had ever produced in his laboratory, a light of such intensity that it filled his room and told him, in a language beyond words, that she loved him in return. O'Neill recorded this account in prodigal genius, with evident discomfort, handling it as carefully as a man handling a live explosive. The passage is the most frequently cited evidence for the proposition that Tesla lost his mind in old age, and it is not difficult to see why. The language is that of romantic love, not symbolic, not figurative, but direct and literal. Tesla is describing a love affair with a pigeon, and he is doing so with the same matter-of-fact precision that characterized his descriptions of polyphase motors and resonant transformers. The temptation to pathologize this is strong, and the temptation should be resisted, or at least complicated. Tesla's relationship with the white pigeon was certainly unusual, so it was certainly a departure from any conventional understanding of human-animal bonding. But it was not incomprehensible when situated within the architecture of Tesla's psychological history. This was a man who had never formed a romantic attachment to another human being, a man whose sensory system was so overwhelmed by ordinary human interaction that sustained intimacy was functionally impossible, a man whose deepest emotional connections had always been with non-human entities, with the machines in his mind, with the characters in Twain's novels, with the abstract mathematical structures that he perceived as more real than the physical world. The pigeon was not a substitute for human love. She was the form that love could take in a mind that had never developed the capacity or the tolerance for the chaotic, unpredictable, uncontrollable experience of loving another person. The white pigeon died sometime in the early 1930s. Tesla told O'Neill that when the bird died, something went out of his life, that he knew with the pigeon's death that his life's work was finished. The statement was not rational. It was not meant to be rational. It was the expression of a grief so deep and so incommensurate with its apparent object that it could only be understood as the final collapse of a wall, the last barrier between Tesla's inner world and an outer world that had long since ceased to provide him with anything he could use. After the pigeon's death, Tesla's withdrawal from public life accelerated. He continued to give his annual birthday interviews, and these occasions, carefully staged, usually conducted in his hotel room, me with Tesla seated in a chair and holding court like a deposed monarch granting an audience, produced some of the most quotable and most disturbing statements of his later years. He spoke of energy systems that could power the world for free. He spoke of weapons that could destroy 10,000 aircraft at a range of 250 miles. He spoke of communicating with other planets. He spoke of extending human lifespan to 150 years. The journalists wrote it all down. Some of them believed him. Most of them did not. All of them recognized good copy when they heard it. And Tesla's birthday interviews, the tall, cadaverous old man in the dark suit, speaking of death rays and Martian signals with the calm certainty of someone describing his breakfast, became an annual ritual of the New York press, equal parts tribute and freak show. The 1930s ground forward, and Tesla grew thinner, older, more enclosed. The hotels continued to change, each move a small downward step on the ladder of Manhattan respectability, each move accompanied by the same careful negotiation of debts and the same careful preservation of appearances. He walked more slowly. His tall frame, once commanding, developed a pronounced stoop. His face, always angular, became skeletal. The cheekbones sharp beneath papery skin, the eyes sunk deep in their sockets but still burning with an intensity that visitors found difficult to meet and impossible to forget. He ate less and less. His lifelong aversion to the social dimensions of eating, the shared table, the conversation, in the unpredictable proximity of other bodies, had evolved into an almost complete indifference to food itself. He subsisted on milk, on crackers, on the occasional bowl of warm vegetable broth. He calculated the nutritional content of each meal with his customary precision, but the calculation served less to optimize his diet than to minimize his intake. He was, by the late 1930s, visibly malnourished, a condition that his height and his dark clothing partially concealed, but that anyone who observed him closely could not fail to notice. His relationship with his own body had always been adversarial. The hypersensitive nervous system, the blinding flashes, the compulsive behaviors. But in old age, the adversarial quality deepened into something closer to contempt. The body was an inconvenience. It required feeding, clothing, warming, sleeping. Activities that consumed time and attention that Tesla would have preferred to devote entirely to the operations of his mind. He resented its needs. He resented its fragility. He resented, most of all, its mortality. The knowledge that the extraordinary instrument behind his eyes, the theater of light and motion and perfect mathematical form that had produced the rotating magnetic field and the Tesla coil and the polyphase system and 100 other inventions that the world would never see, was housed in a structure that was failing, that was winding down, that would eventually stop. He was struck by a taxicab in 1937 at the age of 81 while crossing the street near the Hotel New Yorker. The accident broke several ribs and may have caused additional internal injuries. Tesla refused to see a doctor. He refused to go to a hospital. He returned to his hotel room and treated himself with his own methods: rest, isolation, and the conviction, born of a lifetime of distrust toward anyone else's understanding of his body, that he knew better than any physician how to manage his own recovery. He recovered. Slowly, incompletely, but he recovered. The ribs healed, or healed enough. His mobility was reduced. His already limited excursions outside the hotel became rarer. The daily walk to the parks to feed the pigeons were renewed, which had been for years the one activity that reliably drew him out of his room, but became difficult, then painful, then impossible. He asked hotel staff to bring bird seed. He opened his window and waited for the pigeons to come to him. In 1934, Tesla had moved to the Hotel New Yorker, a massive Art Deco tower on 8th Avenue and 34th Street. It would be his final residence. The hotel gave him rooms 3327 and 3328, numbers divisible by 3, a requirement Tesla communicated to the management with the same quiet firmness he brought to all his non-negotiable conditions. The rooms were on the 33rd floor, also divisible by 3, and they offered a view of the city that Tesla had helped illuminate and that had, in the manner of cities, absorbed his gift without recording its source. The Hotel New Yorker was not a shabby establishment. It was a large, modern, well-appointed hotel, and Tesla's residence there was not, in itself, a sign of poverty, but the terms of his residence were. The Westinghouse Electric Company was paying his rent, a continuation of the quiet stipend that George Westinghouse had initiated years earlier. The Yugoslav government contributed. Sweezy and other friends supplemented. Tesla lived, in his final years, on the accumulated generosity of people and institutions who recognized that allowing Nikola Tesla to die in the street would be a disgrace that reflected on them as much as on him. He was aware of the charity, and he was proud, and the awareness and the pride existed in a tension that was never resolved. He accepted the help because he had no alternative. He resented the help because it confirmed his dependence. He never spoke of it publicly, maintaining to the end the fiction, or perhaps the hope, that his financial difficulties were temporary, that the next invention, the next patent, the next government contract would restore him to the independence he had surrendered when he tore up the Westinghouse royalties 4 decades earlier. On the occasion of his 75th birthday in 1931, Tesla received letters of congratulation from more than 70 prominent scientists and engineers, including Albert Einstein. The letters acknowledged Tesla's contributions to science and technology in terms that left no doubt about his stature in the profession. He was recognized by the people best qualified to judge as one of the most important inventors in history. The letters were collected and presented to Tesla, who read them with evident emotion and then placed them in the files that were accumulating in his hotel rooms alongside the notebooks, the patent applications, the correspondence, and the unfinished manuscripts that constituted the archive of a life's work. Einstein's letter was brief and respectful. The two men represented different dimensions of scientific genius. Einstein the theorist, Tesla the inventor, and their direct interaction was minimal. But Einstein's willingness to acknowledge Tesla publicly was significant, because by 1931, Tesla's reputation in the scientific mainstream had entered a complicated twilight zone between reverence and embarrassment. His early achievements were undeniable. The alternating current system, the induction motor, the Tesla coil, the rotating magnetic field, these were foundational contributions that every electrical engineer in the world used and every physics textbook acknowledged. But his later claims, the death ray, the extraterrestrial signals, in the global wireless energy system, had created a fog of doubt that made it difficult for serious scientists to celebrate Tesla without appearing to endorse ideas they considered unfounded. Tesla's 80th birthday in 1936 brought another wave of tributes, but the tone was subtly different, more valedictory, more careful in its praise, more focused on past achievements than present work. The shift was perceptible to Tesla, who was not an insensitive man, and who understood that the world was paying its respects to a monument rather than engaging with a living mind. The birthday interviews continued. The death ray, the cosmic energy, the planetary communication, but the reporter's questions had acquired a gentleness that was itself a form of condescension. The careful kindness extended to someone whose claims are no longer taken seriously, but whose dignity must be preserved. Tesla noticed. He responded by making his claims more extravagant, not less, as though the intensity of the vision could compensate for the absence of the evidence, as though sheer conviction could bridge the gap between what he saw in his mind and what the world was willing to believe. It was the same strategy that had worked with the alternating current motor: announce what the mind had conceived and let the doubters be silenced by the demonstration. But there would be no demonstration. There was no laboratory. There was no funding. There was no Westinghouse to build the prototypes, no Chicago exposition to showcase the results, no Niagara Falls to prove the principle at scale. And there was only the voice of an old man in a hotel room, describing wonders that no one else could see. The final years were quiet, not peaceful. Peace implies resolution, and Tesla's final years resolved nothing, but quiet, in the way that a house is quiet after the last guest has left and the host sits alone in a room full of empty chairs. He fed the pigeons. He gave his birthday interviews. He wrote letters to old friends, fewer each year, as the friends themselves diminished. Robert Underwood Johnson died in 1937. George Scherf, Tesla's faithful assistant and secretary during the productive years, maintained contact but could not provide the companionship that Tesla's isolation demanded and his defenses prevented. Sweezy visited. The Yugoslav consul checked in. The hotel staff, who had grown accustomed to their famous residence habits, extended the small courtesies that become, for a solitary person, the entire architecture of human connection. The waiter who remembered the 18 napkins, the maid who knew not to enter unless summoned, the desk clerk who forwarded the letters and the occasional check without comment or pity. Tesla worked. Even now, even at the end, he worked. The designs continued to accumulate in his mind. Turbines, oscillators, energy systems, communication devices, the inexhaustible output of a mental factory that had never learned how to shut down. He wrote notes. He made sketches. Rare for Tesla, who had always preferred the perfection of mental design to the crude approximation of paper. The sketches were fragmentary, often annotated in a private shorthand that no one else could read, evidence of ideas in motion rather than ideas completed. They joined the papers in his hotel rooms, filling trunks and filing cabinets and cardboard boxes, a physical accumulation that mirrored the mental one. Ideas stacked upon ideas, layers of invention without an excavation team to sort them. He slept less and less. He had never slept much. The 4-hour nights of his Graz student days had been a lifelong pattern. interrupted by occasional periods of collapse when his body simply overrode his will and demanded rest. In his 80s, even the 4 hours became unreliable. He lay in the dark, his mind still running, the machines still turning in the theater behind his eyes. The silence of the hotel room filled with the spectral hum of devices that existed only in the space between his thoughts. The world outside his windows was preparing for war. Europe was arming. Japan was expanding. The technologies of destruction were advancing with a speed that would have appalled Tesla, who had spent decades arguing that sufficiently powerful defensive weapons could prevent conflict entirely. The death ray, which he continued to promote in his birthday interviews, was his answer to the approaching catastrophe. A shield, not a sword, a technology so overwhelming in its defensive capability that no aggressor would dare attack a nation that possessed it. The logic was sound. The technology was not available, and the war came anyway, as wars always do, indifferent to the calculations of aging inventors in hotel rooms. When the United States entered the Second World War in December 1941, Tesla was 85 years old. He had been a naturalized American citizen for 50 years. He had given the country the electrical infrastructure that powered its war factories, its military bases, its communication systems, and its civilian life. He had offered the government a weapon that he believed could end the war. The government had declined the weapon and largely forgotten the man. He had 2 more years. The winter of 1942 to 1943 was cold in New York, a kind of cold that finds the gaps in old buildings and old bodies, that turns hallways into wind tunnels and windows into sheets of ice. In room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker, a thin old man lay beneath a white sheet. His window cracked open despite the cold because the pigeons needed to be able to reach his sill. His radiator turned low or turned off because the dry heat irritated his sensitive skin, his world reduced to the dimensions of a single room in a city he had helped to light. The machines in his mind were still running. They had always been running since that day in Smiljan, when a boy saw flashes of light that no one else could see, and built devices in his imagination that worked with a precision the physical world could only approximate. They would run until the mind stopped, and the mind would not stop until the body failed, and the body was failing now, had been failing for years, and Tesla knew it with the same clarity he had always brought to the assessment of mechanical systems. He could feel the bearings wearing, the tolerances widening, the efficiency dropping below the threshold of sustainable operation. The end, when it came, would be quiet. There would be no lightning, no crowd, no blazing white city to mark the passing of the man who had conjured all of these things from the luminous space behind his eyes. There would be only the cold room, the empty window, the silence of a hotel corridor at night, and the maid who would knock and knock again and turn her key in the lock. But before we reach that room for the final time, there is one more chapter to tell. The story of what Tesla left behind, what was taken from him, and why the argument over his legacy has never been settled. Part 6. The Seized Legacy. The maid's name was Alice Monaghan. She entered room 3327 at approximately 10:30 on the morning of January 8, 1943, and found what she had been quietly dreading for months: the tall figure motionless on the bed, the skin already cool, the long fingers still resting on the chest in a posture of such composure that it suggested not the randomness of death, but the deliberate arrangement of a man who had chosen his final position as carefully as he had chosen everything else. The assistant medical examiner who arrived later that morning determined the cause of death as coronary thrombosis, a blood clot in the heart, and estimated that Tesla had died sometime during the night of January 7th, alone, in the dark, in a room cooled by the winter air flowing through the window he kept cracked for the pigeons that no longer came. The body was removed to the Frank E. Campbell Funeral Home on Madison Avenue, where it was prepared for the funeral service that would take place 4 days later at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, the largest cathedral in the Western world, an appropriately vast space for the farewell to a man whose inventions operated on a civilizational scale. Over 2,000 people attended the service. The honorary pallbearers included 3 Nobel Prize laureates. Messages of condolence arrived from Eleanor Roosevelt and Vice President Henry A. Wallace. The Yugoslav ambassador delivered a eulogy. The tributes praised Tesla's genius, mourned his passing, and carefully avoided the question that hung over the proceedings like the incense smoke drifting through the cathedral's nave. How had this particular man whose work powered the very lights illuminating the church, ended his life in such solitude, by such poverty, such distance from the civilization he had built? But while the funeral arrangements were proceeding with the measured dignity appropriate to the death of a great man, something else was happening at the Hotel New Yorker, something considerably less dignified and considerably more consequential for the future of Tesla's legacy. Within hours of the discovery of the body, before the funeral home had been contacted, before the next of kin had been formally notified, before any legal authority had issued instructions regarding the disposition of Tesla's property, agents from the United States Office of Alien Property Custodian arrived at the hotel and began the process of seizing everything Tesla had left behind. The Office of Alien Property was a wartime agency, established during the First World War and reactivated after Pearl Harbor, whose mandate was to identify, seize, and administer the assets of foreign nationals residing in the United States. Its authority was broad, its methods were efficient, and its definition of alien property was expansive enough to encompass almost anything that belonged to someone who had been born outside the country's borders. Tesla had been a naturalized American citizen since 1891, for over 50 years, longer than many of the agents conducting the seizure had been alive. His citizenship was not ambiguous, not contested, not conditional. He had renounced his Austro-Hungarian nationality. He had sworn the oath. He had voted, paid taxes, and spent more than half his life contributing to the nation's scientific and industrial development. By any reasonable interpretation of the law, his property was American property, subject to the same protections and procedures that would apply to the estate of any other deceased citizen. The Office of Alien Property did not see it that way. Or rather, the Office of Alien Property was not the agency truly driving the seizure. The technical authority was the OAP, but the urgency, the speed, the thoroughness, the evident anxiety about what Tesla's papers might contain came from elsewhere. The Federal Bureau of Investigation had been monitoring Tesla for years, and the military intelligence services were acutely interested in the contents of Tesla's files, particularly anything related to the particle beam weapon, the so-called death ray, that Tesla had been promoting to multiple governments for the past decade. The context was the war. In January 1943, the United States was engaged in the largest military conflict in human history. Every possible technological advantage mattered. The atomic bomb was under development at Los Alamos, though almost no one outside the Manhattan Project knew it. Radar was being refined. Cryptography was advancing. The military-industrial complex that President Eisenhower would later warn about was being assembled in real time, and its appetite for novel weapons technologies was limitless. Tesla had claimed repeatedly and publicly to possess the blueprints for a weapon capable of destroying aircraft at a distance of hundreds of miles. He had offered these blueprints to multiple foreign governments, including the Soviet Union. He was dead. He and his papers were sitting in an unguarded hotel room on 34th Street. The agents moved quickly. They inventoried the contents of rooms 3327 and 3328, the notebooks, the correspondence, the manuscripts, the filing cabinets full of papers organized by Tesla's private system, the trunks containing decades of accumulated documentation. They located additional Tesla property in storage at the Hotel Governor Clinton and at a Manhattan warehouse. The total haul comprised approximately 80 trunks and filing cabinets, thousands of pages of handwritten notes, technical drawings, patent applications, personal letters, financial records, and manuscripts in various stages of completion. The papers were transported to the Manhattan Storage and Warehouse Company, where they were secured and placed under the authority of the OAP. The agency then contacted John G. Trump, not yet the uncle of a future president, but at that time a highly respected electrical engineer and physicist at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a specialist in high-voltage equipment and Van de Graaff generators who held a security clearance and served as a technical consultant to the National Defense Research Committee. Trump was asked to examine Tesla's papers and render a professional assessment of their scientific and military significance. He was given access to the entire collection: the notebooks, the manuscripts, the drawings, everything the agents had seized from the hotel and the storage facilities. His task was specific and urgent: determine whether Tesla's papers contained information relevant to national security, particularly anything related to the death ray or to other weapons technologies that Tesla had claimed to possess. Trump spent several days examining the collection. His report, completed in late January 1943, was measured in its language and devastating in its implications. He found nothing, or more precisely, he found nothing that constituted a workable weapons technology, nothing that represented a breakthrough in physics or engineering, nothing that the military needed to classify or suppress. The papers, Trump wrote, consisted primarily of philosophical and speculative material, combined with detailed records of Tesla's earlier well-known work and fragmentary descriptions of later projects that lacked the mathematical rigor and technical specificity necessary for independent evaluation. Trump's assessment was honest, careful, and almost certainly incomplete. He was an electrical engineer, not a particle physicist. He spent days, not months, with the material. The papers were in multiple languages, including Serbian, and Tesla's private notation system was not immediately accessible to an outside reader. The most important ideas in the collection, if indeed they were there, might have been embedded in the fragments and fragments of fragments that constitute the working notes of a mind that operated at Tesla's level of compression and abstraction. A thorough evaluation would have required years of expert analysis by a team familiar with Tesla's work, his notation, and the full range of his theoretical interests. Trump provided a preliminary assessment, and the preliminary assessment found nothing of immediate military value. And this finding satisfied the military's acute concern. The death ray, as a buildable weapon, did not exist in Tesla's papers. The particle beam technology that Tesla had described in interviews and in the partial technical papers he had circulated to governments was not present in a form that could be engineered into a functional device. Whether this meant that the technology was a fantasy, or that Tesla had never committed the critical specifications to paper, or that the critical specifications were present but not recognizable to Trump's assessment, remained and remains an open question. The FBI's interest, however, did not end with Trump's report. Bureau files obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests decades later revealed that the FBI maintained a file on Tesla that extended back to the 1930s and forward, well past his death. The Bureau was concerned about Tesla's contacts with foreign governments, about his offers of weapons technology to nations that included the Soviet Union, and about the possibility that Tesla's papers might contain information that had already been shared with foreign intelligence services. The Cold War had not yet formally begun, but its anxieties were already shaping American intelligence priorities, and the spectacle of a dead inventor's papers potentially containing weapons secrets that might have been leaked to Moscow was exactly the kind of scenario that generated institutional paranoia and extensive filing. Sava Kosanovic, Tesla's nephew and the Yugoslav diplomat, who served as his closest surviving relative, fought for years to have the papers returned to the family. Kosanovic was himself a figure of some political complexity. He had connections to the Yugoslav government in exile and would later serve as Yugoslavia's ambassador to the United States. His political affiliations added another layer of concern for American intelligence agencies, who viewed the possibility of Tesla's papers traveling to a communist-aligned Yugoslavia with undisguised alarm. The disposition of the papers became a prolonged bureaucratic struggle that stretched through the mid-1940s and into the 1950s. The OAP held the collection. Kosanovic demanded its release. The FBI monitored the situation. The State Department weighed in. The Yugoslav government expressed interest. The American military periodically re-examined whether any of the material had strategic value. The papers, the physical residue of one of the greatest inventive minds in human history, became a pawn in a geopolitical chess game that Tesla himself would have found both absurd and entirely predictable. He had spent his life watching his inventions become the property of men who understood their commercial value, but not their scientific significance. That his final papers would be seized by a government that claimed to own them and held by agencies that could not read them was a conclusion so consistent with the pattern of his life that it might have been one of his own designs. Elegant, ironic, and functioning exactly as the underlying principles predicted. The papers were eventually released to Kosanovic in 1952 and shipped to Belgrade, where they became the foundation of the Nikola Tesla Museum. The museum, established in 1952 and housed in a historic building in central Belgrade, holds approximately 160,000 documents, including Tesla's personal correspondence, his patent applications, his laboratory notebooks from Colorado Springs and other periods, his photographs, and his personal effects. The collection was inscribed on UNESCO's Memory of the World Register in 2003, a recognition of its global significance. But the question of what the papers contain and what they do not contain has never been fully resolved to the satisfaction of everyone who cares about Tesla's legacy. The Tesla Museum has made much of the collection available to researchers. And serious scholarly work has been conducted on the Colorado Springs notebooks, the patent files, and the personal correspondence. The material confirms Tesla's extraordinary originality and the breadth of his interests. It reveals working methods of remarkable precision and sophistication. It documents inventions and theoretical insights that were far ahead of their time. What it does not contain conspicuously is a complete technical specification for the particle beam weapon. Nor does it contain detailed plans for several of the other technologies Tesla claimed to have developed in his later years: the global wireless energy system, the mechanical oscillator capable of generating earthquakes, the method for photographing thoughts. Whether these specifications were never committed to paper, or were committed to paper and lost, or were committed to paper and removed before the collection reached Belgrade, is a question that has sustained conspiracy theories for 8 decades and shows no sign of resolution. The conspiracy theories deserve acknowledgement, not because they are likely correct, but because they reveal something important about the cultural role that Tesla has come to occupy, and a role that says as much about the society that created it as about the man it claims to honor. The theories are numerous and varied. The government seized Tesla's most important papers and has been developing his weapons technologies in secret. The FBI destroyed material related to free energy because it threatened the profits of the electrical utility industry. Tesla's death ray was built and deployed during the Cold War under a classified program. Tesla's wireless energy system was suppressed because it would have eliminated the need for metered electrical service, destroying the business model of every power company in the world. Tesla was murdered by agents of corporate interests who feared the liberation of free energy. None of these theories are supported by credible evidence. All of them share a common structure. A great truth was discovered, the discoverer was suppressed by powerful interests, and the truth remains hidden behind a wall of institutional secrecy that only the conspiracy-aware can perceive. This structure is familiar because it is the oldest story in the mythology of knowledge. The prophet rejected by the establishment, the light hidden under a bushel, the savior betrayed by the powerful. It is a story that satisfies deep psychological needs. Particularly the need to believe that the world's problems have already been solved and that only human malice prevents the solutions from being implemented. Tesla's life provides enough genuine material to fuel this mythology for centuries. He was genuinely mistreated by Edison, by Lane and Vail, by the financial system that extracted his inventions and left him with nothing. His alternating current system was genuinely opposed by powerful interests with billions of dollars at stake. His contributions were genuinely minimized by a historical establishment that for decades gave Edison and Marconi credit for achievements that were substantially Tesla's. the injustices were real. The suppression of his ideas in several documented instances was real. The poverty of his final years, even set against the wealth his inventions generated for others, was a genuine moral scandal. But the gap between documented injustice and conspiracy theory is the gap between history and mythology, and it matters because the mythology, however emotionally satisfying, actually diminishes Tesla. It transforms him from a complex, brilliant, flawed human being into a symbol, a martyred saint of suppressed science whose ideas were perfect and whose failure was entirely the product of external malice. This version of Tesla requires no reckoning with his genuine limitations, his inability to manage money, his refusal to collaborate, his escalating detachment from physical verification, his compulsive need to announce achievements before they were demonstrated. The mythological Tesla is a passive victim. Next, the historical Tesla is something far more interesting and far more instructive. A man of extraordinary gifts and equally extraordinary blind spots, whose tragedy was not that the world failed to recognize his genius, but that his genius was of a kind that the world's existing structures, financial, institutional, social, were not equipped to support. The funeral at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine was, in its way, a final demonstration of this mismatch. 2,000 people gathered to honor a man who had spent his last decades in virtual isolation. Nobel laureates served as pallbearers for a man who never received the Nobel Prize, an omission that remains one of the most discussed controversies in the prize's history. The prevailing account, never confirmed by the Nobel Committee but widely believed, is that Tesla and Edison were jointly considered for the Physics Prize in 1915, and that one or both men refused to share the award with the other. The prize that year went to William Henry Bragg and his son William Lawrence Bragg for their work on X-ray crystallography. Whether the Tesla-Edison story is true or apocryphal, the fact that Tesla never received the Nobel Prize, while Marconi did in 1909, for work substantially based on Tesla's radio patents, is a data point that the mythology has absorbed and the history cannot satisfactorily explain. The state funeral was organized primarily by Kosanovic and by the Yugoslav community in New York. The Serbian Orthodox Bishop of the American-Canadian Diocese conducted the service. The hymns were sung in Serbian, the eulogies were delivered in English, Serbian, and the formal diplomatic language of a country, Yugoslavia, that Tesla had left as a young man and never returned to, but that claimed him with the fierce possessiveness of a nation whose roster of world historical figures was short and whose need for cultural heroes was correspondingly intense. Tesla's ashes were placed in a gold-plated sphere, a form he would have approved of given his lifelong fascination with spherical geometry and his belief that the sphere was the most perfect three-dimensional shape. The sphere was eventually shipped to Belgrade and installed at the Nikola Tesla Museum, where it remains today, displayed in a darkened room alongside Tesla's death mask and personal effects. Visitors to the museum report that the room has the atmosphere of a shrine, which is accurate because that is what it is. The immediate aftermath of Tesla's death produced a brief surge of public attention followed by a long silence. The wartime press devoted a few columns to his passing, noted his contributions, and moved on to the battles at Stalingrad and Guadalcanal. The electrical engineering profession acknowledged the loss of a foundational figure and returned to the war work that consumed every technical resource in the country. Tesla's name receded from public consciousness with a speed that would have seemed impossible during his celebrity years. The man who had lit the White City and tamed Niagara becoming, within a decade of his death, a footnote in textbooks that devoted chapters to Edison and Marconi. The silence lasted for roughly 30 years. During that time, Tesla's reputation existed primarily in two domains: the professional electrical engineering community, where his contributions were recognized but not widely discussed, and the Yugoslav diaspora community, which maintained his legacy with a devotion that combined national pride with genuine scientific appreciation. A few books appeared: O'Neill's Prodigal Genius in 1944, Inez Hunt and Juanetta Draper's Lightning in His Hand in 1964, but none achieved the popular success necessary to restore Tesla to the cultural mainstream. The recovery began in the 1970s and accelerated through the 1990s and 2000s, driven by a convergence of factors that Tesla himself might have appreciated for their resonant properties. The publication of his Colorado Springs notebooks in 1978 made serious technical evaluation of his experimental work possible for the first time. The growing interest in alternative energy sources during the oil crises of the 1970s directed attention to Tesla's wireless energy concepts, which, however impractical at the time they were proposed, addressed questions about energy distribution and accessibility that were becoming urgent. The rise of the internet created platforms for the dissemination of Tesla's story to audiences that the traditional publishing industry had not served, and the narrative of the suppressed genius found an enormous and enthusiastic reception among communities that were already skeptical of institutional authority. The Tesla revival was also, and perhaps primarily, a correction. For decades, the popular history of electricity had been told as the story of Thomas Edison, the folksy American inventor, the wizard of Menlo Park, the embodiment of Yankee ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit. This narrative was not entirely wrong, but it was radically incomplete. And as historians began to examine the record more carefully, the incompleteness became impossible to ignore. Edison had not invented the electrical grid. Tesla had. Edison had not developed the technology that powered the modern world. Tesla had. Edison had not been the sole or even the primary creative force in the electrification of civilization. He had been one of several, and his most celebrated contributions were the incandescent bulb, the phonograph, and the motion picture camera were either improvements on existing inventions or collaborative achievements that Edison's self-promotional genius had rebranded as individual triumphs. The correction was necessary and overdue. But corrections in the culture of the internet age do not arrive as measured historiographical adjustments. They arrive as revolutions, and the Tesla revolution, like all revolution, overcorrected. The popular narrative swung from Edison was the hero and Tesla was a footnote to Tesla was the hero and Edison was the villain, a framing that was as distorted as the one it replaced. Edison became, in the new mythology, not merely a flawed and sometimes dishonest businessman, but a cartoon villain, a talentless hack who stole credit, electrocuted animals, and systematically destroyed the greatest genius of the age. Tesla became, correspondingly, not merely a brilliant and under-recognized inventor, but a persecuted messiah whose every idea was correct, whose every failure was the result of external suppression, and whose unrealized inventions, the death ray, the free energy system, the earthquake machine, were genuine and functional technologies that the world had been deprived of by the forces of capitalist greed. The truth, stubborn, complicated, resistant to the neat geometries of mythology, is that both men were extraordinary, both men were flawed, and the civilization they helped build required contributions from both of them. Edison's practical, iterative, commercially minded approach to invention created the industries that Tesla's more theoretical, systemic, a visionary approach transformed. Without Edison's brute force development of practical electrical devices, there would have been no electrical industry for Tesla's alternating current system to revolutionize. Without Tesla's alternating current system, Edison's industry would have remained a localized curiosity, capable of illuminating a few city blocks, but incapable of powering a civilization. They were not hero and villain. They were complementary forces, thesis and antithesis, whose collision produced the synthesis that lights the world. But the mythology serves a purpose that history cannot, and the purpose is this: it gives Tesla's suffering meaning. It transforms the poverty, the isolation, the pigeons, the hotel room death from the random cruelties of an indifferent universe into the deliberate persecution of a righteous man by identifiable enemies. It provides someone to blame. And the human need to blame someone, to believe that suffering has an author and therefore a remedy, is stronger than the human need for accuracy. Tesla's myth will outlive Tesla's history, as myths always do, because myths answer the questions that history can only pose. What remains, when the mythology is set aside and the conspiracy theories are acknowledged and dismissed, is the work itself, the patents, the machines, the systems that hum in the walls of every building on Earth. And what remains alongside the work is the question that Tesla's life poses to every society that depends on its inventors. How should genius be supported, compensated, and sustained? Tesla gave the world the alternating current system and received in return a few years of celebrity, a series of hotel rooms, and a government seizure of his private papers. He tore up a contract worth hundreds of millions because he valued the technology more than the money, and the world accepted his sacrifice without ever adequately repaying it. He died alone because the architecture of his mind, the same architecture that produced the rotating magnetic field and the polyphase motor, was incompatible with the sustained human intimacy that might have sustained his later years. These are not questions about Tesla. They are questions about us, about the structures we build to identify, support, and reward the people whose ideas advance the species. Tesla's tragedy is not that he was a genius who went unrecognized. He was recognized. He was celebrated. He was, for a period, the most famous scientist in the world. His tragedy is that recognition, celebration, and fame were not enough. That the systems through which his society distributed resources, attention, and care were not designed for a mind like his, and that when the fame receded and the money ran out, those systems had nothing left to offer him except charity and a room on the 33rd floor. The machines in his mind are silent now. They stopped on the night of January 7th, 1943, when the heart that had powered them for 86 years finally failed. But the machines he gave the world are still running. In the generators, the transformers, the motors, the power lines that carry alternating current across continents and oceans, delivering the energy that sustains every hospital, every school, every home, every server farm, every charging station, every light that burns against the darkness of the human night. He built the future. The future forgot to take care of him. And the distance between those two facts is the measure of something that neither Tesla's genius nor anyone else's has yet figured out how to solve. Part 7. The frequency of remembrance. The gold-plated sphere containing Tesla's ashes arrived in Belgrade in 1957, 14 years after his death, carried across the Atlantic by diplomatic pouch and received by a nation that had changed its name, its borders, its government, and its ideology since Tesla had left it as a young man with 4 cents in his pocket and the future of electricity rotating in his mind. The Yugoslavia that claimed Tesla in death was not the Austro-Hungarian military frontier that had produced him in life. It was Tito's Yugoslavia, a socialist federation navigating the treacherous space between Soviet influence and Western engagement, a country that needed heroes badly and that found in Tesla an irresistible candidate, a son of the South Slavic peoples who had conquered American technology and whose achievements could be claimed as proof that the genius of the Yugoslav nations rivaled any in the world. The Nikola Tesla Museum opened its doors on the 7th of October, 1955, in a gracious 19th century residential building on Krunska Street in central Belgrade. One of the collection it housed, the 80 trunks of papers, the personal effects, the laboratory instruments, the correspondence, and eventually the ashes, had traveled a more circuitous path than Tesla himself had ever taken. From the Hotel New Yorker to the Manhattan Storage Company, from the custody of the Office of Alien Property to the desk of John G. Trump, from the legal limbo of a decade-long diplomatic struggle to the hold of a ship bound for a country Tesla had never visited, the papers had been fought over, classified, declassified, examined, under-examined, and finally relinquished by a government that could not read them to a museum that could not yet fully catalog them. The museum's early years were marked by the careful, methodical work of archivists and historians who understood that they were custodians of something irreplaceable. The collection was vast and disordered. Tesla's filing system, coherent to him, was opaque to everyone else, and the disruptions of seizure, storage, and transatlantic shipment had further scrambled whatever organization had once existed. Notebooks were mixed with personal letters. Patent applications were interleaved with restaurant receipts. Technical drawings of extraordinary precision shared boxes with fragments of Serbian poetry that Tesla had copied out in his angular, distinctive handwriting. The work of sorting, cataloging, and preserving this material would occupy the museum's staff for decades, and it continues to this day. The publication of the Colorado Springs notebooks in 1978, under the editorship of Alexander Marinchich, was the museum's most significant scholarly contribution and the event that, more than any other, initiated the serious reassessment of Tesla's experimental work. The notebooks covered the period from June 1899 to January 1900. The 8 months of intensive experimentation at the Colorado Springs laboratory. And they revealed a Tesla that neither the mythology nor the dismissive mainstream had accurately portrayed. The man in the notebooks was neither the infallible saint of the conspiracy theorists nor the untethered dreamer of the skeptics. He was a rigorous experimentalist working at the extreme edge of known physics, making careful measurements, drawing precise conclusions, occasionally making errors, and consistently pushing his apparatus and his understanding into territory that no one had previously explored. The notebooks documented experiments in high-voltage, high-frequency electrical discharge that remain impressive by modern standards. Tesla's measurements of Earth resonance, his determination that the planet itself could function as a conductor for electrical energy at specific frequencies, and were confirmed by later research, and are now accepted as fundamentally correct. His observations of stationary waves in the Earth, which he considered among his most important discoveries, aligned with phenomena that would not be independently verified for decades. His techniques for generating and controlling enormous electrical voltages anticipated developments in power engineering that would not become standard practice until the mid-20th century. The notebooks also revealed the limitations that Tesla's admirers preferred not to discuss. His extrapolations from laboratory-scale results to global-scale systems were insufficiently supported by his data. His conviction that wireless energy could be transmitted across the Earth with minimal loss rested on assumptions about the Earth's electrical properties that were optimistic at best and incorrect at worst. His interpretation of the signals he believed originated from Mars was clearly wrong. Even though his detection of the signals themselves, the probably natural radio emissions from Jupiter or interference from early radio experiments, demonstrated the remarkable sensitivity of his receiving equipment. The notebooks, in short, presented a Tesla who was both more impressive and more fallible than either camp had acknowledged. A scientist of extraordinary capability operating in a domain where the boundary between visionary insight and overconfident extrapolation was genuinely difficult to locate. The broader reassessment of Tesla's place in the history of technology accelerated through the 1990s and into the 21st century, driven by scholarly work that gradually replaced mythology with evidence, and by cultural forces that found in Tesla a figure uniquely suited to the anxieties and aspirations of the digital age. The scholarly rehabilitation was led by historians of technology who began to examine the standard narrative of electrification and found it wanting. The Edison-centric account that had dominated popular and educational treatments for decades was not so much wrong as radically incomplete. It told the story of the light bulb and the phonograph, while largely ignoring the story of the power system that made the light bulb useful beyond a few blocks of lower Manhattan. When historians turned their attention from individual devices to the system that connected them, the grid, the infrastructure, the invisible architecture of generation, transmission, and distribution, Tesla's centrality became impossible to deny. W. Bernard Carlson's 2013 biography, Tesla, Inventor of the Electrical Age, was the most significant scholarly treatment of Tesla's life to appear in the modern era. Carlson, a historian of technology at the University of Virginia, brought to the subject the rigor and the source-critical method that Tesla's story had long needed and rarely received. He examined Tesla's patents in technical detail, placing them in the context of the broader electrical engineering community and assessing both their originality and their debts to prior work. He traced the complex business relationships that shaped Tesla's career, revealing a financial landscape considerably more nuanced than the simple genius versus greed narrative of the mythology. And he confronted Tesla's later years with the honesty that earlier biographers had either lacked or chosen not to exercise, acknowledging the genuine decline in Tesla's experimental productivity, the escalating gap between his claims and his evidence, and the psychological deterioration that was visible to everyone who knew him, but that hagiographic accounts had minimized or denied. Carlson's biography did not diminish Tesla, it deepened him. The Tesla who emerged from Carlson's research was a more interesting figure than the martyred saint, a man whose genius was specific, identifiable, and extraordinary, but whose personality contained contradictions and vulnerabilities that shaped his career as powerfully as his intellect did: the inability to collaborate, the compulsive need for credit and recognition, the pattern of announcing achievements before they were demonstrated, which served him well when the achievements were real, as with the alternating current motor, but catastrophically when they were not, as with the global wireless energy system. The deep, structural loneliness that was not a consequence of his circumstances but a feature of his psychology, present from childhood and intensifying through every decade of his life. The cultural rehabilitation operated on a different frequency, driven less by scholarly accuracy than by the emotional resonance of Tesla's story with contemporary concerns. The Internet, which Tesla had arguably anticipated in his descriptions of a global wireless information system, became the primary medium through which his reputation was restored to popular consciousness. Online communities devoted to Tesla's legacy multiplied in the early 2000s, sharing his story with a passionate intensity that reflected genuine admiration and genuine grievance. Admiration for the mind that had conceived the modern electrical world, and grievance at the historical establishment that had given Edison the credit and Tesla the footnote. The Oatmeal, a popular web comic created by Matthew Inman, published a widely shared comic in 2012 titled "Why Nikola Tesla Was the Greatest Geek Who Ever Lived," which distilled the pro-Tesla, anti-Edison narrative into a format optimized for viral distribution. The comic was entertaining, passionate, and factually unreliable. It exaggerated Tesla's achievements, minimized Edison's, and presented a version of the war of currents that owed more to mythology than to history. Yet it was also enormously effective. Within weeks of its publication, it had been viewed millions of times, and Tesla's name was more widely recognized than it had been at any point since the Chicago World's Fair. Inman followed the comic with a fundraising campaign to purchase the Wardenclyffe site on Long Island and convert it into a Tesla museum and science center. The campaign raised over $1 million for more than 30,000 individual donors, a demonstration of grassroots enthusiasm that surprised everyone except those who had been watching the Tesla revival build momentum for years. The site was purchased by the Tesla Science Center at Wardenclyffe, a nonprofit organization, and plans for a museum and educational facility were set in motion. As of the present day, the laboratory building, the Stanford White's elegant brick structure, which had survived a century of abandonment, partial demolition, and industrial use as a photographic processing facility, SAIS, still stands awaiting full restoration, a physical remnant of the moment when Tesla's ambition and Morgan's caution collided and the future of wireless energy was deferred by at least a century. The naming of Tesla Motors, now simply Tesla Inc., by its founders Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning in 2003, and the company's subsequent rise under Elon Musk's leadership to become the most valuable automobile manufacturer in the world, completed Tesla's transformation from historical footnote to cultural icon. The choice of name was deliberate and symbolically precise. Tesla's alternating current induction motor, the device he had conceived in the Budapest City Park in 1882 and demonstrated at the American Institute of Electrical Engineers in 1888, was the direct ancestor of the electric motors that powered Tesla's vehicles. The company's success associated Tesla's name with innovation, with the future, and with the kind of world-transforming technological ambition that Tesla himself had embodied. Whether Tesla would have approved of the association a company selling luxury electric vehicles to wealthy consumers powered by a grid that still relied on fossil fuels for much of its generation, is a question that the naming does not answer and the mythology does not ask. The SI unit of magnetic flux density was named the Tesla in 1960 by the General Conference on Weights and Measures. EE recognition that placed Tesla in the company of Newton, Ampere, Volta, Faraday, Hertz, and the small number of scientists whose names have become the vocabulary of physics itself. The unit is abbreviated T, and it measures the strength of a magnetic field, an appropriate memorial for a man whose fundamental insight was that magnetic fields could be made to rotate and that this rotation could power the world. A typical refrigerator magnet produces a field of about 5 millitesla. The Earth's magnetic field at the surface is roughly 50 microtesla. A medical MRI scanner operates at 1.5 to 3 Tesla. The strongest continuous magnetic fields produced in laboratories reach approximately 45 Tesla. The man whose name these measurements carry would have found the range satisfying, from the trivial to the extreme. From the domestic to the scientific, the unit spans the same territory that his inventions did. The IEEE Nikola Tesla Award, established in 1975, is granted annually for outstanding contributions to the generation and utilization of electrical power. The Nikola Tesla Award for Achievement in Electrical Engineering, bestowed by the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts, recognizes comparable accomplishment. Tesla's image has appeared on the currency of Serbia and Yugoslavia. His statue stands in Niagara Falls, on both the American and Canadian sides, and in Belgrade, in Zagreb, in Silicon Valley, in Long Island, and in the city park in Budapest, where he drew the diagram of the rotating magnetic field in the dirt with a stick while reciting Goethe. A crater on the far side of the moon bears his name. An asteroid, 2,244 Tesla, orbits the Sun in the main belt between Mars and Jupiter. The Belgrade airport is named for him. The former Yugoslav and current Serbian electrical utility is named for him. He is, by any measure, among the most commemorated scientists in history, and yet the commemoration has a peculiar quality that distinguishes it from the memorialization of other great scientists. When Newton is commemorated, it is for specific, well-defined achievements, the laws of motion, the theory of gravitation, the calculus. When Einstein is commemorated, it is for specific, well-defined achievements, relativity, the photoelectric effect, the equivalence of mass and energy. The achievements are settled, the legacy is stable, the man and the work are separable, and the work can be evaluated on its own terms without reference to the man's biography. Tesla's commemoration does not work this way. When Tesla is commemorated, the man and the work are inseparable, and the biography is not merely context but content. The poverty, the pigeons, the hotel room, the torn-up contract, the seized papers, the death ray, the rivalry with Edison, the solitary death. The story of Tesla's life is, for most of the people who celebrate him, more important than the technical specifications of his inventions, because the story carries emotional and moral weight that the specifications do not. It is a story about genius and injustice, about the individual crushed by the system, about the price of vision in a world that rewards compromise. It is, in other words, a parable, and parables are valued not for their accuracy but for their meaning. This is both Tesla's greatest posthumous achievement and his greatest posthumous misfortune. The parable has made him famous beyond any recognition he received in life. It has also made him, in important ways, unknowable, buried beneath layers of symbolism so thick that the actual man, with his actual strengths and actual weaknesses and actual ideas, is increasingly difficult to reach. The Tesla of the popular imagination is a projection screen, a surface onto which contemporary anxieties about corporate power, scientific integrity, and the distribution of credit and reward are projected with high-definition clarity. The historical Tesla, the man who designed machines in his mind, who tore up a fortune out of misplaced nobility, who loved a pigeon, who counted his steps and polished his silverware with 18 napkins, is somewhere behind that screen, visible only in glimpses, audible only in the fragments of his own voice that survive in his autobiography, his patents, and the recollections of those who knew him. The question of what Tesla actually achieved, stripped of mythology, stripped of conspiracy, stripped of the emotional narrative of genius versus greed, is answerable, and the answer is extraordinary enough to require no embellishment. He invented the polyphase alternating current system. This is not one invention, but a family of inventions. The polyphase alternating current motor, the polyphase alternating current generator, the polyphase transformer, and the system architecture that integrates them into a complete power distribution network. This system is the foundation of the modern electrical grid. Every power station, every transmission line, every transformer, every industrial motor in the world operates on principles that Tesla conceived, patented, and demonstrated. The economic value of this contribution is literally incalculable. It encompasses the entire electrical infrastructure of human civilization, from the generators at Niagara Falls to the charging stations for electric vehicles. If any single individual can be said to have invented the electrical age, that individual is Tesla. He invented the Tesla coil. The resonant transformer that bears his name was not merely a spectacular demonstration device, though it was spectacularly demonstrated, but a fundamental contribution to the understanding of high-frequency electrical phenomena. The Tesla coil's principles are embedded in radio transmission, in television, in medical equipment, in industrial processes, and in the basic physics of resonance and electromagnetic oscillation. Tesla's work on high-frequency currents opened an entire domain of electrical engineering that others would develop for a century. He made foundational contributions to radio technology. The United States Supreme Court ruled in 1943, the year of Tesla's death, that Tesla's radio patents had priority over Marconi's, a decision that came too late to benefit Tesla financially, but that established, as a matter of legal record, that the fundamental principles of radio transmission were Tesla's. This ruling has been the subject of ongoing debate. Marconi's defenders argue that practical radio development was Marconi's achievement regardless of patent priority, and the argument has merit. But the underlying physics, the tuned circuits, and the resonant transformers that made radio possible were Tesla's contributions, and the historical record supports this clearly. He demonstrated wireless energy transfer. The scale and efficiency of his demonstrations were limited, and his extrapolation from laboratory results to global systems was unjustified by his evidence. But the principle was real, the demonstrations were real, and the technology of wireless energy transfer for it, which is now a commercial reality in applications ranging from smartphone charging to medical device power, traces its lineage directly to Tesla's work. He contributed to the development of X-ray imaging, fluorescent lighting, remote control, and the fundamental physics of rotating magnetic fields. He held approximately 300 patents across multiple countries. He generated insights into resonance, oscillation, and electromagnetic propagation that informed decades of subsequent research. He was, by any objective assessment, one of the 5 or 6 most important inventors in human history, and a strong case can be made that he was the single most important electrical inventor who ever lived. These achievements are sufficient. They do not require supplementation by death rays, earthquake machines, free energy devices, or extraterrestrial communication. They do not require a villain, Edison, Morgan, or the United States government, to be impressive. They stand on their own. In the patents and the machines and the humming wires that carry alternating current through the walls of every building in which these words might be read, the mythology paradoxically diminishes what it claims to celebrate because it implies that Tesla's documented achievements are not enough, that he must also have been the suppressed inventor of technologies so revolutionary that the world could not handle them. The world handled the alternating current system. It handled the Tesla coil. It handled radio. It handled wireless energy transfer. It handled everything Tesla demonstrated and proved. What it could not handle because Tesla did not provide the evidence were the claims that remained in the theater of his mind untested, unverified, undeniable, and unconfirmable in equal measure. There is a photograph of Tesla that captures something the written record cannot. It was taken in his laboratory on South Fifth Avenue in New York, sometime around 1899, and it shows him sitting in a chair, reading, while all around him enormous bolts of electrical discharge fill the room. Arcs of artificial lightning leaping from coil to coil, branching and forking in patterns that look less like engineering and more like the nervous system of some vast luminous organism. Tesla sits calmly at the center of this maelstrom, his legs crossed, his posture relaxed, apparently absorbed in his book, apparently oblivious to the millions of volts crackling through the air around his body. The photograph is a double exposure. The lightning and the seated figure were captured separately and combined in the darkroom. Yeah, a technique that Tesla's photographer Dickinson Alley used to create an image that could not have been produced in a single exposure without killing the subject. Tesla knew this. He supervised the construction of the image. He understood that it was, in a literal sense, a fabrication, a visual lie that combined two real elements into a composition that never existed as a single moment in time. And yet the photograph tells the truth. Not a literal truth, but a deeper one. The truth of a man who sat calmly at the center of forces that terrified everyone else, who inhabited a space between the human world and the electrical world that no one before or since has occupied with such apparent ease, and who understood that the most powerful images are not always the most accurate ones. The photograph is Tesla's self-portrait. And like all great self-portraits, it reveals not what the subject looked like, but what the subject believed himself to be. A man at home in lightning, unafraid of the forces he had summoned, reading quietly while the future crackled and branched around him. The image has become iconic, reproduced in books, documentaries, websites, and the popular imagination with a frequency that has made it one of the most recognized photographs in the history of science. It is the image that people see when they hear Tesla's name, and it is, in its careful combination of calm and chaos, of human vulnerability and electrical power, of fabrication and truth, a more accurate memorial than any statue or museum or unit of measurement. It shows us a man who built the world we live in and who could not live in it himself. A man whose mind was a theater of light and motion, where machines ran with a precision the physical world could never match, and where the loneliness that defined his life was not a deprivation but a condition. The necessary cost of perceiving reality at a frequency that no one else could share? The photograph does not explain Tesla. Nothing explains Tesla, but it shows us the space he occupied, the narrow, luminous, solitary space between invention and madness, between vision and delusion, between the future he gave us and the present he could not endure. And it invites us to sit with the contradiction rather than resolve it. The alternating current that powers the device on which these words appear, the generator that produced it, the transformer that adjusted its voltage, the transmission line that carried it, and the motor that may have cooled the server on which this text is stored in mind. All of these operate on principles that a 26-year-old Serbian exile conceived in a Budapest park at sunset while reciting Goethe in a flash of insight so complete that it rendered 6 years of obsessive thought suddenly and perfectly legible. The current flows at 60 cycles per second in America, 50 in most of the rest of the world, frequencies that were established in Tesla's era and that have not changed since because there was no reason to change them, because the system he designed was so fundamentally sound that a century of technological development has refined its components without altering its architecture. The polyphase alternating current system is, in a sense, the most successful single invention in human history. Not because it is the most complex or the most dramatic, but because it is the most pervasive, the most continuously operational, and the most essential to the functioning of everything else. Remove it, and civilization does not slow down or become less convenient. It stops. Hospitals go dark, water treatment plants shut down, communication networks fall silent, food refrigeration ceases. The world that Tesla built is not a feature of modernity. It is the substrate on which modernity operates. He received for this approximately $60,000 in a year's consulting salary. He was given a unit of measurement, an airport, a car brand, several statues, and a museum in a country he never visited. He was given posthumously the recognition that eluded him in life. The books, the documentaries, the online communities, the cultural reassessment that has elevated him from footnote to icon. Whether this constitutes adequate compensation for the gift of the electrical age is a question that answers itself. But Tesla would not have framed it as a question of compensation. He would have framed it as a question of completion. The alternating current system was finished. It worked. It was adopted. It changed the world. For a mind that measured value in the elegance of solutions rather than the size of payments, this was enough. The tragedy was not the unpaid debt. The tragedy was the unfinished work. The wireless energy system, the bladeless turbine, the particle beam, the dozen or 100 or 1,000 ideas that rotated in the theater of his mind with the same precision as the polyphase motor, and that never found their way into the physical world because the physical world systems of support, financial, institutional, social, failed to hold the weight of a mind operating at that scale. The machines in his mind were still running when he died. This is the fact that refuses to be absorbed into any narrative, mythological or historical, and that remains 80 years after his death, the most haunting thing about him. Not the poverty, not the pigeons, not the hotel room or the seized papers or the torn-up contract, the machines, still running, still perfect, still solving problems that the physical world had not yet posed, still rotating in the dark behind eyes that would never open again. In a room gone cold on the 33rd floor of a hotel in the city he had helped to light. There is one more room to visit, one more door to open, one more silence to enter before this story reaches its end. It is the room where the narrative began. Room 3327 of the Hotel New Yorker, on a January morning in 1943, with a maid's key turning in a lock and the thin winter light falling across a narrow bed. We have traveled a long way to return here, from Smiljan to Graz, from Budapest to New York, from the White City to Niagara Falls, from Colorado Springs to Wardenclyffe, from the salons of the Gilded Age to the solitude of the 33rd floor. The journey has covered 86 years of a single human life, and in those years the world was rewired, relit, and remade by the visions of a boy who saw flashes of light that no one else could see, and who never stopped believing that the most real things in the world were the ones that existed only in his mind. The final chapter of this story is not about Tesla. It is about the room, the silence, the morning light, and the question that the room asks of everyone who enters it. The question that Tesla's entire life, from the lightning storm of his birth to the stillness of his death, has been building toward. It is not a question about electricity or patents or money or fame. It is a question about what we owe to the minds that give us the future, and what it costs them to give it. Part 8, The Room at the End of the World. The Hotel New Yorker stands today much as it stood in January 1943, a massive Art Deco monument on 8th Avenue, 43 stories of brick and limestone rising above the corner of 34th Street. Its facade decorated with the geometric patterns and vertical lines that spoke, in the language of 1930s architecture, of confidence, modernity, and the unshakable conviction that the future would be larger, faster, and more luminous than the past. The building has changed hands several times since Tesla's death. It has been a hotel, a headquarters, a residential facility, and a hotel again. Its ballrooms have hosted presidential candidates and jazz orchestras. Its basement once contained a private electrical generating plant, a direct current system as it happens, one of the last in Manhattan which operated independently of the city grid until 1967. The irony of Tesla dying in a building powered by Edison's technology is the kind of detail that, if invented, would be rejected as too neat. History is rarely neat. but history is occasionally precise. Room 3327 is not preserved as a historical site. It is a functioning hotel room available for reservation, occupied on any given night by a business traveler or a tourist who may or may not know that the gaunt figure of the most important electrical inventor in history drew his last breath within these walls. A small plaque in the hotel lobby acknowledges Tesla's residence. It is tasteful and insufficient. A few sentences summarizing a life that reshaped the physical infrastructure of human civilization, mounted at a height that most guests pass without reading, in a font that does not demand attention. But on certain evenings, visitors who know the history make a quiet pilgrimage to the 33rd floor. They stand in the corridor outside room 3327 and pause, not because there is anything to see. The door is identical to every other door on the floor. The carpet is the same. The lighting is the same. The silence is the same. Standardized hospitality silence that fills every hotel corridor in every city in the world. But because pausing is what humans do at the sites of significant departures, we pause at graves, we pause at battlefields, we pause at the places where something ended that mattered. And the pause is not rational. The dead are not present, the events are not recurring, the walls hold no memory that our senses can detect. But the pause is necessary because it is the only way we have of acknowledging that the space we occupy was once occupied by someone whose presence changed the shape of the world, and whose absence left a hole that the world has filled without ever quite repairing. The corridor is quiet. The light is artificial. The air carries the faint, impersonal scent of commercial cleaning products and climate-controlled ventilation. There is nothing here that speaks of Tesla, and there is nothing here that does not speak of Tesla because the light is powered by alternating current, and the ventilation is driven by an induction motor. And the cleaning products were manufactured in a factory whose machines run on polyphase power, and the hotel's reservation system operates on servers cooled by electrical fans whose rotors spin in the rotating magnetic field that a young man saw in a Budapest park in 1882 while reciting Goethe to a friend who could not understand what he was witnessing. The world Tesla built is invisible. This is its most remarkable characteristic and its most instructive one. The great inventions of other eras announce themselves. The railroad, the automobile, the airplane, the skyscraper, the bridge, you can see them. You can point to them. You can stand before them and feel the physical fact of their existence pressing against your senses. Tesla's invention is not like this. Alternating current has no visible form. It has no smell, no taste, no texture. It occupies no space. It makes no sound that the unaided ear can detect. Though Tesla, with his agonizingly sensitive hearing, could hear it humming in every wall he passed, a faint 60-cycle vibration that was, for him, the background music of the civilization he had scored. You cannot see alternating current, but you can see what happens when it stops. You saw it during the Great Northeast Blackout of 2003, when 55 million people across the eastern United States and Canada lost power, and the skyline of Manhattan went dark for the first time since the Second World War. You saw it in the faces of people stumbling down the stairwells of office towers, emerging into streets where the traffic lights were dead, and the subway had stopped, and the refrigerators had begun their slow warming, and the hospitals had switched to backup generators that would run for hours, not days. You saw it in the night sky over New York, which was, for the first time in living memory, filled with stars. Stars that had always been there, but that the light of Tesla's electrical civilization had drowned in a perpetual artificial dawn. The blackout lasted approximately 29 hours. In that time, the systems that alternating current sustained, water treatment, food preservation, medical equipment, communication networks, transportation, climate control, financial markets, emergency services, degraded rapidly toward failure. The blackout was not a catastrophe. Because it was brief, and because the weather was warm, and because the backup systems held. But it was a demonstration, inadvertent and unmistakable, of the degree to which the alternating current system is not merely useful but existential. The difference between civilization and its absence, between the world we have built and the darkness that exists on the other side of a thrown switch. Tesla understood this. He understood it not abstractly but viscerally, because he had lived on both sides of the switch, had lived in the candlelit villages of the military frontier and in the electrical blaze of the White City, had known the world before his invention and the world after it, and had grasped with the totality that characterized all his perceptions, in that the distance between those two worlds was the distance his mind had traveled in a single flash of insight on a February evening in Budapest. He had not improved the world. He had not made it more convenient or more comfortable or more profitable. He had changed its fundamental operating system, the invisible infrastructure on which every subsequent improvement would depend, and the change was so complete and so pervasive that within a generation no one could remember what the world had been like without it. This is the peculiar fate of infrastructural genius. The builder of a cathedral is remembered because the cathedral is visible. The composer of a symphony is remembered because the symphony is audible. The inventor of the electrical grid is forgotten because the grid is invisible, because it works so well and so continuously that it has become indistinguishable from reality itself, a feature of the environment so fundamental that it requires a blackout, a failure, a sudden and disorienting absence to make its presence known. Tesla did not build a monument. He built the air that monuments breathe. The morning of January 8, 1943, proceeded with the institutional efficiency that attends the death of the famous poor. Alice Monahan called the hotel's front desk. The front desk called the medical examiner. The medical examiner came, examined, pronounced, and departed. The body was photographed, as was standard procedure, and in the photograph, which survives, and which is not easy to look at, Tesla appears as he had appeared in life, only more so. The angles sharper, the hollows deeper, the long body diminished to an abstraction of itself, all bone and shadow, and the silk of the tie still knotted at his throat with the precision of a man who would not have permitted himself to be found disheveled, not even in death, not even alone. The hotel staff sealed the room. They had seen death before. Hotels see a great deal of death, more than most institutions care to acknowledge. And the protocols were familiar. Notify the authorities, secure the belongings, contact the next of kin, wait. But the waiting was interrupted. The Office of Alien Property arrived before the next of kin could be reached, before the funeral arrangements could be discussed, before the ordinary human rituals of grief and remembrance could assert their gentle authority over the proceedings. The agents entered room 3327 and the adjacent room 3328 with the focused purposefulness of men operating under orders they considered urgent, and they began the work of inventorying and removing the physical residue of Nikola Tesla's 86 years. What they found in those two rooms and in the storage facilities where Tesla kept his overflow was the material record of a mind that had never stopped producing. Notebooks filled with calculations in Tesla's angular hand, patent applications in various stages of completion, correspondence with governments, with scientists, with admirers, with creditors, with the Yugoslav consulate, with the management of hotels where bills remained unpaid, and technical drawings of devices that ranged from the clearly practical to the deeply speculative. Personal effects, the dark suits, the white shirts, the walking sticks, the gloves that Tesla wore to avoid the sensation of touching surfaces that others had touched. And on the windowsill or near it, the dried remnants of birdseed, the last physical evidence of the relationship that had been, for the final decade of Tesla's life, his most sustaining connection to any living creature. The agents took it all. They packed it into containers, labeled it, transported it to the Manhattan Storage and Warehouse Company, and placed it under federal seal. The process was thorough and impersonal. The work of a bureaucracy performing its function, indifferent to the significance of the material it was handling, he was concerned only with the possibility that somewhere in the old man's papers there might be something that mattered to the war. Sava Kosanovich learned of his uncle's death and of the seizure almost simultaneously, and his reaction, fury, grief, and a determination to recover the papers that would sustain him through a decade of bureaucratic warfare was the reaction of a man who understood that what was at stake was not property, but legacy. The papers were Tesla. They were the physical manifestation of the mind that had conceived the rotating magnetic field, the polyphase system, the Tesla coil, the wireless energy experiments, and everything that followed. To lose them was to lose the possibility of ever fully understanding what Tesla had achieved, what he had attempted, and what he had left unfinished. To allow them to remain in the hands of a government that had classified them not because they were dangerous, but because it could not be certain they were not, was to consign Tesla's intellectual legacy to the same institutional indifference that had characterized his treatment in life. Kosanovich fought. He petitioned. He enlisted diplomatic support from the Yugoslav government. He argued correctly that Tesla was an American citizen whose property was protected by American law and that the Office of Alien Property had no jurisdiction. He argued passionately that the papers belonged to the Serbian people, to the Yugoslav nation, to the global scientific community. He argued for 9 years, through the end of the war, through the beginning of the Cold War, through the transformation of Yugoslavia from a wartime ally into a geopolitical uncertainty, until finally, in 1952, the papers were released and shipped to Belgrade. What the papers revealed and what they concealed has been the subject of study and speculation ever since. The Tesla Museum's archivists have spent decades cataloging, translating, and analyzing the collection, and their work has confirmed what the Colorado Springs notebooks had already suggested, that Tesla's documented achievements were extraordinary, that his working methods were rigorous when applied to problems of appropriate scale, and that his later speculations, however fascinating, however prescient in their general direction, lacked the mathematical specificity and experimental verification that would have allowed independent assessment. The death ray is not in the papers, or rather the death ray is in the papers only as a concept, a general description of a charged particle beam weapon, accompanied by diagrams that indicate the broad architecture of the device, but that do not provide the engineering specifications necessary to build it. Whether Tesla possessed these specifications and chose not to write them down, or possessed them only in the imprecise form of his mental simulations, or did not possess them at all, is a question that the papers cannot answer and that no subsequent investigation has resolved. The most likely explanation, the one that is consistent with everything we know about Tesla's later working methods, is that the death ray existed in his mind with the same vivid completeness as the alternating current motor had existed in his mind in Budapest. But that unlike the alternating current motor, it had never been subjected to the discipline of physical construction, and that the mental model, untested against material reality, contained errors that Tesla could not detect because he had no laboratory in which to detect them. This is the cruelest dimension of Tesla's later tragedy. It is not that he stopped being brilliant. It is that his brilliance was denied the one thing it needed to distinguish its genuine insights from its genuine errors, the feedback of the physical world, the correction that comes from building a thing and watching it fail, and understanding why it failed and building it again. Edison's method, the brute force empiricism that Tesla had despised, contained within it a self-correcting mechanism that Tesla's method lacked. Edison's 10,000 failed light bulb filaments were not merely attempts at a solution, they were data. Each failure eliminated a possibility and narrowed the search. Tesla's mental simulations, when they worked, were incomparably more efficient than Edison's physical experiments. But when they did not work, when the mental model contained an error that the mind could not detect because it had generated the error in the first place, there was no external correction, no physical reality pushing back against the beautiful, luminous, flawless, and possibly wrong machine rotating in the theater of the imagination. The alternating current motor worked because it was simple enough for a single mind to model completely. The global wireless energy system may not have worked because it was too complex for a single mind to model completely. And Tesla, who had built his entire career on the reliability of his mental models, who had staked his identity and his self-worth on the proposition that his mind was a more accurate instrument than any physical laboratory, could not accept the possibility that his instrument had limitations, in that there existed problems so complex, so multivariate, so dependent on the behavior of systems too large to hold in a single consciousness, that even his extraordinary mind could not solve them by thought alone. The question the room asks is not about Tesla. It is about us. It is about the systems we build to support the people whose minds operate at frequencies we cannot share. The systems of funding, of institutional affiliation, of professional collaboration, of social connection. Of basic human care. And about what happens when those systems fail, or when they were never adequate to begin with. Tesla's life is a test case. Not the only one, not the most extreme, but perhaps the most legible, because the gap between what he gave and what he received is so vast and so well documented that it cannot be explained away by bad luck or personal failure. The man invented the electrical grid. He received in total compensation for this invention approximately $60,000, a year's consulting salary and a pension of dignity arranged by the company whose existence his invention had made possible. He spent his last decades in hotel rooms, supported by charity, counting his napkins, feeding his pigeons, describing weapons to reporters who no longer believed him. Even when watching the world, he had illuminated light up around him while his own life dimmed. The standard response to this story is outrage. Outrage at Edison for cheating him, at Morgan for abandoning him, at the patent system for failing to protect him, at the culture of industrial capitalism for extracting his genius and discarding the man. The outrages is justified. Edison did behave badly. Morgan did abandon the project. The patent system did fail, and Tesla's most valuable patents expired before the full commercial value of the alternating current system was realized. The culture of industrial capitalism did extract and discard. All of this is true, and none of it is sufficient. Because the deeper failure was not institutional, it was architectural. Tesla's mind was built for a world that did not exist, a world in which ideas were valued for their elegance rather than their immediate profitability, in which a single extraordinary individual could conceive and realize systems of civilizational scope without the collaboration of hundreds or thousands of lesser minds, in which the physical world was a transparent medium through which mental designs could be transmitted without distortion or loss. Tesla operated as though he were the only component in the system because his mind was so powerful that for the first half of his career, he effectively was. He conceived the alternating current system alone. He designed it alone. He demonstrated it alone. When Westinghouse provided manufacturing capacity and commercial distribution, Tesla treated these as logistical details, necessary but subordinate to the intellectual act of conception that was, in his understanding, the only part that truly mattered. And he was right partially. The conception was extraordinary. Without Tesla's mind, there would have been no polyphase alternating current system, or not in that form, not at that time, perhaps not for decades, but the conception was not sufficient. The system required Westinghouse's factories, Morgan's capital, the labor of thousands of workers who installed the wires and built the generators and maintained the infrastructure. It required the institutional support of the patent system, the investment banking system, the corporate structure, the legal framework, and the political will to undertake the electrification of a continent. Tesla's genius was necessary. It was not sufficient. And Tesla's inability to recognize this, his insistence on operating as a solitary mind in a world that required collective action, was not a moral failing. It was a structural limitation of the same cognitive architecture that produced the rotating magnetic field. The mind that could hold a complete machine in perfect three-dimensional simulation, that could rotate it, test it, refine it, and predict its behavior with absolute accuracy. That mind was a closed system. It operated with extraordinary power within its own boundaries, but it did not easily incorporate external inputs. collaboration required Tesla to open the system, to allow other minds to contribute, to accept that his mental model might be incomplete or incorrect, to tolerate the noise and inefficiency of collective effort. And this, for Tesla, was not merely difficult, it was functionally impossible, because the system's power depended on its closure, on the absolute control that Tesla exercised over every variable, every component, every parameter of the simulation. To open the system was to introduce variables he could not control, and variables he could not control were, by the operating logic of his mind, errors. This is why he worked alone. This is why he could not collaborate. This is why he tore up the Westinghouse contract in Refruer, because the contract represented an external claim on the products of his closed system, and the system could not tolerate external claims. This is why he could not form romantic attachments, because another person inside the boundaries of his life would be an uncontrollable variable, a source of noise in a system that required silence. This is why the pigeon, finally, was the only creature he could love, because the pigeon made no intellectual demands, introduced no competing ideas, required nothing of Tesla except seed and warmth, and the gentle attention of hands that had once held lightning. The room asks, what do we do with people like this? It is not an abstract question. There are minds like Tesla's in every generation, not many, perhaps one or two in a century. Minds that perceive patterns invisible to everyone else, that operate at frequencies the rest of us cannot detect, that are capable of insights so fundamental that they reshape the material conditions of human existence. These minds are not easy. They are not comfortable. They do not fit neatly into the institutional structures we have built. The universities, the corporations, the funding agencies, the collaborative research teams that constitute the modern scientific enterprise. They are, by the standards of those structures, difficult, unmanageable, unaccountable, and occasionally delusional. They demand resources disproportionate to any metric of near-term productivity. They resist oversight. They refuse to explain themselves in terms that committees can evaluate. They are, in the language of organizational management, bad investments, and yet they are the investments on which everything else depends. Remove Tesla from the history of the 20th century, and you do not get a slightly different 20th century. You get a fundamentally different one, a century without the electrical grid as we know it, without the infrastructure that enabled mass communication, mass manufacturing, mass urbanization, and every other feature of the world we inhabit. The return on the investment that Tesla represented, the $60,000, the consulting salary, the charity of his later years, was the entire electrical civilization. No venture capital fund in history has achieved a comparable ratio of input to output, and yet the investor in this case starved. The room asks whether we have learned anything, whether the systems we have built since Tesla's death, the research universities, the government funding agencies, the venture capital firms, the corporate R&D laboratories, the MacArthur Fellowships, and the National Science Foundation grants, and the entire apparatus of organized scientific support, would do any better with a mind like Tesla's than the Gilded Age did. The honest answer is probably not. The modern scientific enterprise is optimized for collaborative, incremental, peer-reviewed progress. It is exceptionally good at what it does. It has produced the transistor, the internet, the Human Genome Project, the mRNA vaccine, but it is not designed for the solitary visionary who arrives with a complete system rotating in his mind and demands the resources to build it without the patience to explain it. It is not designed for the mind that cannot open itself to collaboration because its power depends on its closure. It is not designed for Tesla. This is not an argument against the modern scientific enterprise. It is an observation about its limitations. Limitations that are, like Tesla's own, structural rather than moral, inherent in the architecture rather than amenable to reform. The systems we build reflect the minds that are most common, and minds like Tesla's are not common. They are, by definition, outliers. Points so far from the center of the distribution that the distribution itself cannot accommodate them. Building a system that supports the median scientific mind and also supports the Teslas and the Einsteins and the Ramanujans is like building a bridge that handles both pedestrians and freight trains. The engineering requirements are not merely different in degree, they are different in kind. The room does not answer its own question. Rooms never do. They only hold the silence in which questions can be heard, and the silence in room 3327 is very deep. Deeper than the silence of an ordinary hotel room, because it is the silence that follows the cessation of a mind that was never silent, that hummed and crackled and sparked for 86 years with an intensity that frightened horses and lit cities and conceived the invisible infrastructure on which a species built its future. On the morning of January 12th, 1943, 4 days after the maid turned her key in the lock, 2,000 people filed into the Cathedral of St. John the Divine on Amsterdam Avenue for the funeral of Nikola Tesla. The cathedral was cold. Wartime fuel rationing had reduced the heating, and the vast nave, still unfinished, admitted drafts that the mourners felt through their winter coats. The light was gray, filtered through clear-story windows that had been left ungainly plain because the money for stained glass had never materialized. The cathedral and the man it memorialized had this in common. Both were monumental conceptions that the world had never quite gotten around to completing. The Serbian Orthodox bishop intoned the funeral prayers in a language that Tesla had not spoken regularly for 60 years, but that was, nonetheless, the language of his childhood, the language in which his mother had recited epic poetry by the fire in Smiljan, the language in which his father had delivered sermons that the young Nikola had endured with the restlessness of a boy who knew that his destiny lay elsewhere. The prayers rose into the cold vault of the cathedral and dissipated among the stone columns and the scaffolding of the unfinished transept, and the mourners, the diplomats, the scientists, the journalists, the admirers, the few surviving friends, bowed their heads and thought their thoughts, and whatever they thought it in rooms lit by the dead man's current. The honorary pallbearers included Nobel laureates and the presidents of learned societies. They carried nothing. The coffin had already been positioned. But they stood in a formal row and lent their prestige to the occasion, which was generous and appropriate and entirely inadequate. No number of Nobel laureates standing in a row can compensate for the absence of the one Nobel Prize that should have been awarded and was not. No number of posthumous tributes can undo the decades of neglect that preceded them. The funeral was a beautiful gesture, and gestures by their nature arrive after the moment when action was required. After the service, Tesla's body was cremated at Ferncliff Cemetery in Hartsdale, New York. The ashes were placed in the gold-plated sphere that would eventually travel to Belgrade, to the museum that bears his name, to the darkened room where visitors stand in silence before the remains of a man who understood spheres, who understood that the sphere was the shape of perfection, the form in which every point on the surface was equidistant from the center, the geometry of completeness and self-containment. The sphere that holds his ashes is, in this light, a final self-portrait, the closed system at rest, the variables resolved, the simulation complete. The current flows. It flows through the copper and aluminum conductors that span the continents. He carried on towers that march across landscapes Tesla never saw, across the wheat fields of Kansas and the rice paddies of Vietnam and the tundra of Siberia and the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula. It flows through transformers that step the voltage up and down with the same silent efficiency that Tesla demonstrated at the White City in 1893. It flows through the induction motors that drive the pumps, the fans, the compressors, the conveyor belts, the centrifuges, the MRI scanners, the elevators, the subway trains, and the 10,000 other mechanical servants that modern civilization depends upon and does not think about. It flows at the frequency Tesla established, 60 cycles per second in America, 50 in most of the rest of the world. It flows in the polyphase configuration Tesla invented, 3 phases offset by 120 degrees, you creating the rotating magnetic field that drives every industrial motor on the planet. It flows through a system whose fundamental architecture has not changed in over a century, because the architecture was correct when it was conceived, correct when it was built, and correct today. a design of such foundational elegance that all subsequent development has been refinement rather than replacement. It flows, and the world it powers does not pause to consider where it came from. And this is as it should be, because the purpose of infrastructure is to disappear, to become so reliable and so pervasive that it ceases to be perceived as a human creation and becomes instead a feature of the natural world, like gravity or sunlight or the air. Tesla succeeded so completely that his success became invisible. The highest compliment that can be paid to an infrastructure is that no one notices it. And by this measure, Tesla's alternating current system is the most successful technology in human history. But there is a cost to invisibility, and the cost is remembrance. And the failure of remembrance is not merely an injustice to the dead who are beyond injustice, but a loss to the living, who are deprived of the knowledge that the world they inhabit was not inevitable, that it was designed, that it came from a specific mind operating under specific conditions, and that those conditions included not only the flash of genius in the Budapest Park, but also the ditch digging on the streets of Manhattan, the torn-up contract, the pigeons on the windowsill, the cold room on the 33rd floor, and the silence that followed. To remember Tesla is not to worship him. It is not to mythologize him or to martyr him or to use his story as a weapon against the institutions and individuals who failed him. To remember Tesla is to hold two truths simultaneously: that his genius was real and extraordinary, and that his suffering was real and partly of his own making, and to resist the temptation to resolve the tension between them, because the tension is the point. The tension is what makes his story not merely a biography, but a question about the relationship between the mind and the world, between the visionary and the society, between the invention and the inventor, between the gift and the cost of giving it. He was born in a lightning storm. His mother said the lightning was a bad sign, and the midwife corrected her. No, it is a good sign. This child will be a child of light. Both women were right. He was a child of light. He brought light to the world, literally, electrically, in quantities that no one before him had imagined possible. And the light cost him everything. It cost him his fortune, his security, his relationships, his peace, and finally his life, spent and extinguished in a room with a cracked window and an empty sill, where a white pigeon had once come to receive the love that no human being had ever been offered. The machines in his mind have stopped. The room is cold. The maid has turned her key, and the thin winter light is falling across the narrow bed, and the man beneath the white sheet is perfectly still, his long fingers resting on his chest, his eyes closed against a world he could no longer see and that could never see what he had seen. The hum that only he could hear, the 60-cycle vibration of the civilization he had wired into existence, continues without him, flowing through the walls and the wires and the transformers and the generators and the motors of a world that runs on the current he set in motion on an evening in Budapest when he was 26 years old, when the sun was setting and the sky was red and gold, and Goethe was on his lips, and the future opened before him like a door into a room filled with light. The door is closed now. The light remains.